Chapter 141, The Necessity of Taming the Forbidden. The revelation of Blake's collection of banned plants had caused quite a stir, especially in the mind of Dumbledore. The thought that these dangerous specimens, each with a history stained by wizard blood, were being cultivated in secret was alarming. Dumbledore's suspicions immediately turned towards the Wally family, known for their dealings in herbal medicine, accusing them of influencing the young boy into such reckless behavior. Meanwhile, Blake was unexpectedly calm amidst the brewing storm. He had always known that hiding his dangerous collection was not a sustainable solution. Presenting them to Dumbledore now seemed like the perfect opportunity to demonstrate his unique ability to tame such perilous entities. After all, Dumbledore had previously shown leniency towards his magical animal taming skills. Blake reasoned that if he could prove his competence with these plants, perhaps he could continue his work without the need for secrecy. At worst, he thought, his collection might be confiscated, but that was a risk he was willing to take, confident in his ability to replenish his stock. As the group ventured deeper into the cave, the path widened, revealing a vast space hidden from the unassuming entrance. The guards posed little challenge to Dumbledore's party, with Aberforth and Moody leading the way, clearing a path through any opposition. Blake, accompanied by Newt and Tonks, focused on locating the magical creatures imprisoned within. Tonks, experiencing her first taste of real combat, was exhilarated, her cheeks flushed with excitement. It was a stark contrast to the controlled environment of training sessions. Their exploration led them to a large, dark cage housing a formidable beast. Despite the darkness, Blake's keen eyes identified the creature as a poisonous leopard, warning Tonks of the lethal viruses its breath could carry. Newt, recognizing the gravity of Blake's discovery, confirmed the beast's status as one of the most dangerous magical animals in existence. The mere thought of subduing such a creature would require a formidable force of skilled wizards, a fact that made Tonks retreat cautiously. Blake's curiosity then turned to the practicalities of managing such a beast. He questioned how the keepers intended to recapture the leopard after it was released for battle in the Colosseum. It seemed an impractical risk to take, given the creature's strength and ferocity. Newt, reminded of Blake's earlier correspondence about the Purple Horn tribe, began to share insights that might shed light on this conundrum. The conversation hinted at deeper knowledge and strategies for dealing with magical creatures, suggesting that Blake's unconventional approach to taming might just hold the key to solving this dangerous puzzle. Blake understood immediately what Newt was implying. It was he who had given Snape the task of deciphering the ingredients and formula for the gas capable of incapacitating the formidable Zijiao tribe, known for their horned camels. "Indeed," Blake murmured, realization dawning on him. "Huh? What's this about?" Newt inquired, a hint of suspicion in his voice. "Oh, it's nothing," Blake quickly dismissed, shaking his head. "But regarding this creature, we're facing a difficult dilemma. It's far too dangerous. Releasing it back into the wild could pose a tremendous risk. For the time being, it absolutely cannot be set free, or the consequences could be dire. Traditionally, we deal with such dangerous magical creatures by setting them aside until we have sufficient support to negotiate a solution," Newt suggested, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "And what about now?" Blake pressed. "Now, perhaps you could try taming it?" Newt proposed, somewhat unexpectedly. Blake gave Newt a look of disbelief. He knew that even if he managed to tame the creature, he wouldn't receive any rewards from Newt. It seemed that moving forward, he would have to adopt strategies that would astonish others, potentially worrying about Dumbledore's laugh in the process. The thought of causing Dumbledore such stress that Voldemort would revel in his discomfort crossed his mind. It appeared that mastering healing spells would be necessary to assist those shocked by his actions in the future. "Mr. Scamander, are you serious?" Blake couldn't help but question. "Do you truly believe that an 11-year-old like me can tame such a ferocious beast? This creature is classified as XXXXX level." Newt scratched his head. "Well, you've successfully tamed XXXXX creatures like the Phoenix and the Horned Camel. Although this one is a level higher, I have faith in your abilities." Blake was speechless. Despite his capability to tame the Jiangdu leopard, Approaching it with the intent of using druid magic while it was still conscious seemed like a death wish. Moreover, the bottle of poison gas was still with Snape, making any attempt to get close to the leopard futile. Observing the ongoing battle, Blake remarked, "We need that gas. It could be used to incapacitate the Xiangdu leopard." Newt's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That's an excellent idea. A subdued leopard would be much easier to transport. But first, we need to locate that poison." Finding the poison didn't seem too challenging. They could either search for it or interrogate someone who knew of its whereabouts. However, Blake appeared contemplative, as if weighing another option. There might be another way, he admitted, pulling out a pokeball he had crafted himself. This was a high-quality pokeball, a product of Blake's own making. He had planned to convince Nicole May to reveal the complete schematics of the pokeball soon, so he wasn't concerned about exposing it at this moment. Given Nicole Flamel's reclusive lifestyle, only a delivery by Phoenix could reveal his whereabouts. Thus, Blake felt confident using the pokeball without worrying about Newt or Tonks informing Nicole Flamel. Even if Nicole Flamel were to find out, Blake could simply claim he stumbled upon the solution to an age-old problem by accident. It was a stretch, but the evidence was right before their eyes. There was no way others could guess he had a system. "What's this?" Newt asked, eyeing the intricate ball curiously. "It's just an ordinary alchemy item, according to the manual." Blake replied, hinting at the unconventional magic he had previously demonstrated. Today, it was clear that the child before them had experienced some extraordinary adventures. The alchemy props and his magic, likely acquired through these adventures, were a testament to that. Blake, with a flick of his wrist, picked up the Pokeball, pressed the button on it, and aimed at the caged poison leopard before throwing it. The ball hit the leopard's head with a clang, and then rolled to the ground, stopping at Blake's feet. An awkward silence enveloped the scene for a moment. In the cage, the poison leopard gave Blake a bewildered look, as if to say, "What did this kid just throw at my head? If I catch you, you'll regret it." Blake, feeling a bit embarrassed, realized his mistake. He had forgotten to activate the remote control function of the Pokeball, which he had intended to use to capture the animal. With a snap of his fingers, the Pokeball sprang to life, emitting a beam of light that enveloped the poison leopard and drew it inside. The ball then fell to the ground, bounced a few times, and finally came to a rest. "Come back," Blake commanded, and the Pokeball returned to his hand. Newt and Tonks watched in astonishment. Newt even approached the cage to confirm that the leopard had indeed vanished, then turned to Blake with a look of shock. "Ding! 2 shocked emotions detected," announced an unseen voice, followed by, "Ding! A treasure chest is being extracted for the host. Congratulations on receiving a golden treasure chest." Blake, sensing the now docile leopard within the Pokeball, felt a surge of comfort at the announcement. "Ahem, it seems that this thing works," Blake remarked casually, tossing the Pokeball aside. Instantly, the huge poison leopard reappeared before them, but instead of showing aggression, it bowed its head in submission to Blake. "Go ahead and get your revenge," Blake whispered to the leopard, which roared triumphantly and dashed off. Blake was confident it wouldn't harm any allies, as it recognized those who had mistreated it. Newt, with a grave expression, said, "We'll keep this a secret for you. The ability to tame a terrifying poison leopard instantly. Many would covet such power. It's best if this doesn't get out." Tonks nodded in agreement. "I'll keep it a secret, too." Blake was touched by their willingness to protect his secret, realizing it would save him a great deal of trouble. "Thank you, Mr. Scamander, Miss Tonks," he expressed his gratitude sincerely. With the majority of their adversaries dispatched, the remaining guards in the cave were quickly overwhelmed, especially with the addition of the frenzied poison leopard. The battle concluded swiftly, and all resistance was quelled. Blake then opened his suitcase, signaling the poison leopard to enter. As it did, he discreetly used the Pokeball to secure the leopard once more. Dumbledore, observing the scene, couldn't help but marvel. "So, you've tamed another beast?" "Albus," Newt interjected. "I suggested Blake try to tame the leopard, given the risks of transporting it otherwise." Dumbledore was momentarily at a loss for words. The idea of taming the beast as a solution to the transportation problem was audacious. Yet here was Blake, demonstrating an uncanny ability to tame any creature. Considering Blake's unique heritage, Dumbledore mused, it wasn't entirely surprising he possessed such extraordinary skills. The task that followed was straightforward. They applied a powerful, stunning spell to all subdued wizards, bound them, and placed them in the large cage previously occupied by the poison leopard. The final step was to rescue the magical animals and await further instructions. Dumbledore had called for reinforcements to take over the situation in Section 5.1, and even though the immediate crisis had been resolved, Blake and Newt couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines upon seeing the densely packed cages within the cave. The sheer number of magical creatures captured was staggering. With Blake's involvement, the rescue operation for these magical animals became significantly more efficient. The cave, resembling a colosseum, housed only the most ferocious and untamed magical beasts. Yet, with Blake stepping in, it took mere seconds for these creatures to become remarkably docile. The Archdruid's magical power not only tamed the beasts, but also had a soothing effect on them. Furthermore, Blake's ability to communicate with the creatures ensured that there were hardly any issues during the rescue. Once the animals understood that they were being saved, most of them willingly entered Newt's suitcase. However, a few particularly aggressive creatures resisted. Blake, without hesitation, subdued these creatures with his formidable taming skills and forcibly placed them in his suitcase. Despite the fact that Blake tamed a relatively small number of magical animals in the cave, the ones he did manage to subdue were among the most powerful in the Colosseum. It appeared that only one large cage remained. As Newt and Blake approached, 10 flames suddenly erupted from the cage. Blake effortlessly raised his hand, conjuring a magical circle that blocked all the flames. Inside the cage, a pitch-black fire dragon fixed its gaze on them. "What kind of dragon is this?" Blake inquired, his curiosity piqued. Newt furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his expression. "This dragon is a bit strange." Blake's interest intensified at Newt's response. A dragon that even Newt couldn't recognize was indeed a rarity, and Blake was eager to learn more about it. Chapter 142, a discussion on dragon rearing in the presence of an auror. "Can you truly not discern the breed of this dragon?" Blake asked, his expression one of astonishment. Newt scratched his head, a sheepish look on his face. "Well, if I focus on a specific part, I might be able to identify it. But when you consider it as a whole, I'm at a loss," he admitted. Blake observed the dragon more closely, and suddenly Newt's point became clear to him. The dragon sported a pair of long, golden horns, a feature typically seen on Romanian longhorns. However, this creature was definitely not a Romanian longhorn. Its black scale armor resembled that of a Hungarian horntail, judging by the shape and color of the scales, and its body size. This dragon was massive, easily weighing at least 6 tons, a size that among fire-breathing dragons only the Ukrainian Ironbelly could boast. When the dragon opened its mouth in a threatening roar, Blake's attention was drawn to the long teeth. "Those are the fangs of a Peruvian viper tooth," he mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Newt, noticing Blake's intrigued expression, asked, "You've noticed something peculiar as well?" "Yes," Blake replied. "This dragon seems to be a hybrid, possessing traits from various dragon species." "Exactly," Newt agreed. "That's why I can recognize parts of it, but not the whole. These characteristics shouldn't coexist in a single fire-breathing dragon." Blake nodded. "I believe this dragon has been artificially modified to enhance its strength. We're in the Colosseum, after all." Newt nodded in agreement. "Your theory makes sense. By combining the strengths of various fire-breathing dragons into one, they've created a formidable creature. This means," Blake continued, "that this dragon doesn't belong to any known species. It's a genetically modified creature. Releasing it into the wild could have unpredictable consequences. Indeed, a dragon of this caliber would be incredibly powerful, given its hybrid vigor. If released, it could disrupt the natural order, potentially becoming a threat even to the non-magical world." "This dragon cannot be set free," Newt declared, concerned about its unknown temperament and the potential for ecological disaster. "So," Newt turned to Blake, a suggestion in his eyes, "you should take it." Blake's face twisted in feigned reluctance, though inwardly he was thrilled. "That might not be advisable," he demurred. Why not? Newt asked, puzzled. Blake had already taken in venomous leopards. What was a fire-breathing dragon in comparison? I'm just a student. I doubt I could manage it, Blake said, trying to maintain a semblance of modesty. I'll provide the food, Newt offered. Okay, Blake agreed without hesitation. Tonks, who had been observing the exchange, finally interjected. Could you perhaps discuss this a bit further from the cage? Isn't it somewhat perilous to be deliberating within the dragon's breath range, shield or no shield? She pointed out. Only then did Blake and Newt realize they had been standing within the dragon's fiery breath's reach, protected solely by Blake's seraphim shield. With a start, they were once again engulfed in dragon's breath. Despite the shield's protection, the repeated assaults were a spectacle for onlookers, and Tonks worried the shield might not hold indefinitely against the dragon's fury. Realizing the inappropriateness of their location, especially if Dumbledore were to find out, Blake and Newt simultaneously decided to move away, clearing their throats awkwardly as they did so. As they moved beyond the reach of the dragon's fiery breath, the fire dragon encased within the cage ceased its assault, yet its blood-red eyes still pierced through the darkness, fixating on Blake. It's remarkable that this cage can withstand the ferocity of a dragon's breath without melting, Blake remarked, his voice tinged with awe. Newt, with a knowing smile, responded, These cages are fortified with enchantments, making them incredibly durable and resistant to extreme temperatures. The material itself isn't extraordinary. It's the magic that makes it special. Blake's curiosity was piqued. Magic like that exists? I wish I could learn it. I've been a magizoologist for many years, Newt said, his tone reflective. Such magic is essential for us. Unlike you, I don't possess the innate ability to tame magical creatures effortlessly. I rely on this spell to reinforce the cages until I can earn their trust. It's more about building a friendship based on mutual respect than taming them. But don't underestimate the effort it takes to gain their trust, especially for those creatures that have faced persecution. It's a challenging task to make them trust humans again. Blake, inspired by Newt's dedication, released his sack leopard from its pokeball. The creature surveyed its surroundings cautiously, ensuring it wasn't being summoned for a battle, before lying down, its gaze still fixed intently on the fire dragon. Turning off the remote control function of a spare pokeball, Blake threw it towards the fire dragon. Anticipating an attack, the dragon unleashed a breath of fire, but before the flames could reach their target, the pokeball activated, capturing the dragon in a burst of light. Moments later, the cage was empty, save for the pokeball that now lay still on the ground. With this, the dragon's issue is resolved, Newt said, a note of relief in his voice. He had come to realize that with Blake's unique abilities, tasks that once seemed insurmountable could now be accomplished with ease. You're a natural-born magizoologist, Blake, Newt complimented, genuinely impressed. Blake, modestly scratching his head, replied, I just know a little. It's really nothing special. Tonks, unable to contain her frustration, half-jokingly threatened, Even though you're my junior, I'm seriously considering giving you a beating right now. Blake, unfazed, retorted, That might not be a good idea. I'm pretty strong, you know. Tonks, realizing her outburst was more in jest than in earnest, let go of her anger. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder where the humble junior she knew had vanished to. After ensuring the dragon was completely subdued, Blake released it from the pokeball once more. The creature's massive form landed with a thud, causing the cave to tremble. The once ferocious dragon now appeared docile before Blake, though it still cast menacing glares at others. Under Blake's guidance, it showed no signs of aggression. This fire dragon must be kept a secret, Newt cautioned. Owning dragons is against the law. I understand. I'll find a suitable place for it, Blake pondered, considering the room of requirement as a potential haven. This dragon can be controlled and won't cause any harm. It can stay there until I graduate. In the Fantastic Beasts section of the room of requirement, Blake pondered an alternative solution. Or, we could find an uninhabited island in the open sea, use magic to conceal it, and then raise the magical creatures there. Now that we have access to dimensional gates, I can summon these magical creatures at any time without worrying about the distance. This makes the need for a device like the elf ball which is used to carry magical creatures, somewhat redundant. However, the most valuable feature of the Pokeball, in my opinion, is its ability to aid in the evolution of magical creatures. Carrying one would be as convenient as having a suitcase. Just as Newt and Blake delved into the intricacies of dragon rearing, Tonks interjected with a reminder. By the way, you two seem to have forgotten. I'm an Auror. She pointed to her nose, emphasizing her point. Discussing illegal activities in front of an Auror seems a bit careless, doesn't it? Aurors, akin to Muggle policemen within the Ministry of Magic, uphold the law, making Blake and Newt's conversation about breeding special flower in front of Tonks quite audacious. Ahem, how do you propose we handle these magical creatures? Blake inquired, shifting the focus. Tonks, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fire dragon, hesitated. The thought of dealing with such a creature herself was daunting. She rapidly shook her head, preferring to leave the handling of these dangerous beings to the experts. After all, involving the Aurors could lead to the creature's destruction, a fate she wished to avoid. If these two can manage the creatures responsibly, a minor infraction of the Ministry's regulations seems inconsequential, she reasoned. Blake's gaze wandered to the imposing dragon and the lethargic leopard beside it, his heart swelling with joy at the success of their expedition. I'll need to fashion a better mask for you when we return, he mused, observing the crude metal mask fitted over the leopard's nose. It should at least filter your breath. The current design is rudimentary and fails to distinguish between friend and foe due to your poisonous breath. He recalled the precautions taken in the Colosseum to protect against such dangers. With a flick of his wand, Blake transported the leopard into his suitcase via the dimensional gate without even needing to open it. He then turned his attention to the black dragon, admiring its steel-like scales. Such formidable defense, he remarked. Merlin, another one. Dumbledore's voice echoed from behind, his tone a mixture of astonishment and concern. He watched as Blake carefully stroked the dragon's scales, which, recognizing Blake's touch, lowered its body in a gesture of submission. Dumbledore was taken aback by Blake's affinity for such formidable creatures, far beyond the typical magical pets preferred by young wizards. Your choice in magical creatures is quite unique, Dumbledore commented, struggling to find the right words. He acknowledged Blake's exceptional talent in taming these wild beasts, a skill that even Newt Scamander, a renowned magizoologist, admired. Dumbledore, however, was faced with a dilemma. Blake, where do you intend to keep these creatures? I cannot permit you to bring them back to Hogwarts, he stated, concerned for the safety of the other students. Blake scratched his head, reluctant to reveal his plan to use the Room of Requirement. I've considered finding an uninhabited island and using my portal to transport and care for them there. Blake proposed. That's an excellent idea, Newt exclaimed, impressed by the ingenuity of the plan. By securing such an island and concealing it with magic, they could create a safe haven for the magical creatures without breaking any laws or endangering others. At that moment, Newt entertained the thought of retiring to an island teeming with magical creatures. Dumbledore pondered for a moment before suggesting, I'll assist you in finding such a place. But, before we proceed, how about letting Newt look after your magical creatures? Blake responded with concern. That wouldn't be right. Mr. Scamander is quite advanced in age, and with so many magical creatures, it would be an overwhelming task for him. Really? You have that many fantastic beasts? Dumbledore inquired. Well, what I meant was, the magical creatures we've just rescued need Mr. Scamander's care. He's already exhausted. Managing so many would be too much for him. Blake clarified. Newt, however, offered a reassuring smile. It's all right. My son is also a magizoologist. I can ask him and his colleagues for assistance. Perhaps, Albus, you could help me recruit some additional hands? The number of magical creatures we've rescued is substantial, and returning them to their natural habitats is a daunting task, Newt suggested. Dumbledore nodded in agreement, his eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. The world is full of magizoologists who would be eager to help, and indeed, releasing these creatures back into the wild is a significant undertaking, one that Newt cannot manage alone. Consider it done, Dumbledore assured. Then, turning to Blake, Dumbledore inquired, Blake? With a resigned sigh, Blake handed over his suitcase to Newt, taking a moment to retrieve his own belongings first. Bowtruckle Porgy, seizing the opportunity, darted out and nestled into Blake's pocket. Given that Sniffers and Bowtruckles posed no danger, Dumbledore saw no reason to intervene. Blake wasn't overly distressed by the arrangement. He knew that, should he wish, he could summon these magical creatures from anywhere using the Dimension Gate. Now, while we have a moment, Dumbledore's gaze settled on Blake. Could you enlighten us on where you acquired such magical knowledge? The presence of forbidden magical plants and formidable magical creatures was intriguing, but what truly captivated Dumbledore was the origin of Blake's arcane spells. Chapter 143, A Revelation Beyond Belief. Blake scratched his head, then gently placed the large object he had been holding onto the ground. As soon as Shishu was freed, she dashed off at a breakneck pace. Blake, unfazed, turned to the gathering crowd and said, "Well, if you're all eager to know now." By this time, Aberforth and others had also arrived, their curiosity piqued. They were all eager to uncover the source of Blake's seemingly miraculous magic. It was evident from Blake's precise and methodical spellcasting that these were not mere random outbursts of power, but rather the application of well-formed magic. After the incident, Mr. Scamander insisted I return first, concerned for my safety, Blake explained. Newt Scamander nodded in agreement. It was indeed the truth. I used a phoenix to apparate directly back to Godric's Hollow. Then I wrote a letter to you, Professor. Afterwards, I sent the phoenix back to protect Mr. Scamander. Newt looked at Blake with admiration. If it hadn't been for the young girl who intervened, he might have been fatally attacked by those assailants. The killing curse had been mere inches away from him at one point. And then, I just fell asleep, Blake continued, the room hanging on his every word, believing none of it to be superfluous. And then, I had a dream, he added, prompting a wave of skepticism. Could it be possible that he learned these magics in a dream? It seemed too implausible. I dreamed that I was floating off my bed, Blake went on. But the strangest part was seeing my own body still lying there. I was terrified, thinking I had died, especially since I remembered our house ghost, Fat Teuton, describing death in a similar way. Just when I thought I was about to die, my soul was suddenly pulled into a bizarre space filled with incredible colors, as if I had entered another dimension. As I marveled at this, a crack appeared in a corner of this fantastical space, or perhaps it had always been there, and I had only just noticed it. Magical energy was seeping out of this crack, and I could sense a powerful presence on the other side. Though I couldn't identify this being, it felt as if it was whispering to me. I tried to control my consciousness and drifted towards the crack, Blake recounted. Then I heard numerous new spells and absorbed a wealth of magical knowledge. When I awoke, I initially thought it was all just a dream, but then I realized the incantations and magical knowledge were deeply etched in my mind. I could still sense the crack and the power emanating from it. I attempted to cast those spells and found that I couldn't harness the magics on my own. However, when I tapped into the strange power from the crack, the spells worked. It was an odd sensation, as if I was borrowing power from the dimension where the powerful entity resides. As Blake spoke, he extended his fingers and lightly tapped the air in front of him. In an instant, a bizarre space materialized before everyone's eyes. Dumbledore, taken aback by the sudden transformation, observed that the space matched Blake's description perfectly. In the corner of this space, they all noticed the irregular crack, with golden and yellow energy slowly flowing out. Dumbledore, sensing carefully, felt an immensely powerful presence behind the crack, so potent that merely looking in its direction felt dangerous. With a loud crack, the illusion shattered like glass, and the surroundings reverted to the cave's interior. The fantastical scene had vanished as if it were all just a dream. Yet, the expressions of shock shared by Dumbledore and the others made it clear that what they had witnessed was no mere figment of the imagination. From the perspective of others, Blake's revelation seemed almost otherworldly. As I was leaving that space, a voice whispered in my ear, claiming to be the first in this world to have sensed this dimensional space. Yet, I'm at a loss as to why he imparted such magical knowledge to me, or why he would grant me such formidable powers, Blake confessed. Ed, his expression clouded with confusion. Dumbledore, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but wonder if Blake's acquisition of these powers was merely a figment of a dream. However, Blake's ability to share the vision of his dream with them seemed to confirm the reality of his experience. Dumbledore surmised that the ability to revisit the dream scene was likely another facet of the magic bestowed upon Blake by this mysterious entity. After a moment of contemplation, Dumbledore voiced a critical insight. Borrowed power. There's always a price to pay for wielding such force, he stated, hitting the nail on the head. This implied that the entity, while powerful and willing to lend its strength to Blake, expected something in return. This revelation led to the unsettling realization that the entity must desire something from Blake, which was why it had chosen to lend its power. Blake couldn't help but admire Dumbledore's astuteness. Aberforth chimed in, echoing Dumbledore's caution. Dumbledore is right. As incredible as your magic may be, I'd advise against using it too freely. The cost of wielding such power could be more than you're willing to bear, he warned. Externally, Blake nodded in agreement, but internally, he disagreed. In his view, the use of supreme magic typically demanded a price. However, Blake believed his situation was different, as the system had forcibly seized this power for him, negating any need for compensation. Moody added, such power is fraught with uncertainties. Personally, I would hesitate to experiment with it unless absolutely necessary. The consensus was clear. Fear stems from the unknown, and the nature of this newfound power was undeniably uncertain. All right, I'll minimize its use, Blake conceded, though he planned to continue using it discreetly as a means of self-defense. Dumbledore offered a reassuring pat on Blake's shoulder. In the grand scheme of things, having an additional form of protection isn't a bad thing, he remarked. He believed that using the magic in battle was acceptable, as long as it wasn't employed in everyday situations. After all, Blake was still a student, and Hogwarts rarely witnessed conflicts of the magnitude they had just experienced. Then, I'll stick to using the anywhere door for now, Blake decided, referring to the teleportation magic that had proven invaluable. It seems to consume the least amount of magic. Dumbledore agreed, acknowledging the spell's effectiveness. Without it, Newt's safety could have been compromised. However, to err on the side of caution, I'd like you to refrain from using this magic for the next month. I need to observe any potential changes, Dumbledore advised, hinting at the need to assess any repercussions from Blake's use of the magic, whether it affected his lifespan, vitality, or soul. Suddenly, Eyebrow, the Niffler, scurried over, standing upright and gesturing animatedly as if trying to communicate something urgent. Blake's face brightened. What's wrong? Dumbledore inquired, puzzled by the creature's behavior. He seems to have found something, Blake interpreted, relying on his years of experience with magical creatures to understand Eyebrow's signals. Blake exclaimed with excitement, Eyebrow has found their treasure trove. This revelation came after he had let Eyebrow, the Niffler, roam freely, confident in its innate ability to sniff out hidden gold. Squeak! Eyebrow stood on its hind legs, urging the group forward with unmistakable eagerness. Blake scooped up Eyebrow and followed the direction it indicated. Tonks, unable to resist the Niffler's charm, her eyes sparkling with fascination, joined the others as they trailed behind. Their journey led them to what appeared to be an ordinary stone wall. Eyebrow gestured animatedly, communicating to Blake that the treasure was concealed behind it. A magic of stealth, a favorite tactic of dark wizards to hide their ill-gotten gains, Moody observed, approaching the wall. With his wand at the ready, he was no stranger to such deceptive magic. In an instant, the stone wall vanished, revealing a stone door secured with a complex lock. This lock has been reinforced. A simple Alohomora spell might not suffice, Moody noted after a brief inspection. Blake examined the keyhole and found no curses, just a clever mechanism designed to thwart lock-picking spells. The owner's confidence was evident, never imagining someone would dare to rob him. But Blake was not deterred. He retrieved Porgy, his bowtruckle, from his pocket. With a glance at the lock, Porgy extended its slender fingers into the keyhole. Crack! In a matter of seconds, the lock clicked open. So, goblins fancy Nifflers and wizards fancy bowtruckles, Moody muttered under his breath. As the door swung open, The room beyond bathed everyone in a golden glow. Squeak! Dabao leaped into a chest brimming with galleons, gleefully rolling around and stuffing its pockets with the shiny coins. The treasure room was vast, filled to the brim with gold bars and galleons, with not a single silver sickle or copper nut in sight. It was clear that only items of significant value were stored here. In one corner, various magical creature materials were piled high: horns, furs, and vials of blood. "Professor, what should we do with the money?" Blake inquired, turning to Dumbledore. "Take it," Dumbledore responded, his voice calm and decisive. The group exchanged surprised glances. It was an unexpected directive from Dumbledore, yet his reasoning was sound. The care of so many rescued magical creatures, including their feeding and rehabilitation, requires substantial funds. Not to mention the cost of returning them to their natural habitats, Dumbledore explained with a gentle smile. Moreover, leaving these resources here might only see them fall back into the wrong hands, possibly even those behind the scenes with connections to the Albanian Ministry of Magic. Moved by Dumbledore's words, Newt was nearly brought to tears. For years, he had dedicated himself to the rescue and care of trafficked magical creatures, often at great personal expense and legal risk. This treasure represented a chance to secure their future without the burden of financial constraints. Take it all, Newt urged, his voice filled with emotion. With unanimous agreement, Dumbledore conjured a suitcase and cast an untraceable stretching curse on it, vastly expanding its interior. Blake then proceeded to open the dimensional mungs. The door swung open, and everyone employed the levitation charm to transport the treasures inside. It was unanimously decided that all the money would be allocated to Newt for the care and rescue of magical creatures, as he was the one in dire need of funds. This gesture deeply touched Newt. Amidst such wealth, the fact that his friends were willing to prioritize the needs of magical creatures over their own desires was something Newt found incredibly moving. He doubted he could find such generosity in anyone beyond the group present. "Hey, from now on I'll give you 2 galleons a day, but for now, you need to hand over all of these," Blake said, as he playfully held the niffler, named Dabao, upside down, gently tickling its belly. Gold coins clinked to the ground as they fell from Dabao's pouch. Dabao, with tears in its eyes, protested Blake's actions. "Shichishi, you're heartless. You're making me work against my will, and I have my own stash of gold coins." Tonks winced at the sight. "You're being too harsh. Maybe just let it keep some." Unable to watch the niffler's distress any longer, Newt scooped up a handful of galleons and lovingly stuffed them into Dabao's arms, a sum far exceeding what the creature had managed to sneak into its pocket. "Jijiji, look at me, you monster!" Despite Dabao's dramatics, this was a fair reward for its role in uncovering the hidden treasure chamber behind the stone wall. Suddenly, Dumbledore spoke up. "Our reinforcements will be arriving shortly. Blake, please clear the entrance of your plants." Only then did Blake recall that he had sealed the rants with his magical flora. He hurried to the entrance and began to clear the obstruction. Meanwhile, the rest of the group worked to close the now empty treasure chamber, restoring it to its original state. It wasn't long before Blake had removed his plants. A tall, thin, middle-aged man burst in, brushing past Blake with a scowl directed at Dumbledore. As he walked, he shouted in heavily accented English, "You British Aurors have no jurisdiction to enforce the law in Albania. You have no right." His anger underscored the tension between the international magical communities, highlighting the delicate balance of jurisdiction and cooperation needed in their world. Chapter 144, The Scarlet Loyalty Curse. "Then I sacrificed the Gate of Dimension. How should you respond?" Blake observed the confrontational middle-aged man with a critical eye, positioning himself beside Tonks. He decided to leave the unfolding situation in Dumbledore's capable hands. It was clear to Blake that this man was not the reinforcement Dumbledore had anticipated. More likely, he was a representative from the Albanian Ministry of Magic, given his immediate demand for accountability upon arrival. Simultaneously, a contingent of wizards burst through the door, their attire marking them as Albanian Aurors. Dumbledore, unfazed by the minister's bluster or the Aurors' intimidating presence, launched into a stern rebuke. "Minister Blaze, on behalf of the International Federation of Wizards, I must express our profound condemnation of the Albanian Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore began, his voice resonating with authority. Your country harbors a colossal colosseum, is the epicenter of a large-scale magical creature smuggling operation, and most damningly, the head of your Auror office has been implicated in these crimes. He led an attack on special investigators dispatched by our Federation. You owe the International Federation of Wizards, and indeed the global magical community, a comprehensive explanation. Minister Blaise, visibly shaken by Dumbledore's accusations, attempted to defend his position. This is slander, Dumbledore. You have no evidence. Your chief Auror is currently imprisoned in that cage, Dumbledore countered, his tone icy. He has confessed to everything. How can you claim there is no evidence? Moreover, he implicated you as well. Minister Blaise's stubborn facade began to crumble, but he persisted. This is a matter for the Albanian Ministry of Magic alone. No, Blaise, this is an international concern, Dumbledore corrected him sharply. Among the victims of your operations were many renowned magizoologists. Just today, Mr. Newt Scamander, a special investigator for our Federation, narrowly escaped an assassination attempt by one of your Aurors. Do you still believe this is merely a domestic issue? Rendered speechless by Dumbledore's revelations, Minister Blaise realized the gravity of the situation. The evidence was irrefutable, and the truth could easily be extracted from the apprehended conspirators. Dumbledore, sensing Blaise's desperation, issued a calm but firm warning. I advise you against any rash actions, Blaise. Believe me, you do not want to challenge me. His serene demeanor belied the formidable power he possessed, a power that caused the surrounding Aurors to involuntarily retreat. Dumbledore's confidence, born of his unmatched strength, had a demoralizing effect on his adversaries. Noticing the hesitation among his ranks, Minister Blaise's complexion turned ashen. The Aurors, realizing the depth of their involvement in these heinous acts, were unwilling to oppose Dumbledore any further. Just then, new voices echoed from the cave's entrance. A group of individuals entered, led by a black man who immediately greeted Dumbledore with a handshake. Long time no see, Babajid, Dumbledore exclaimed warmly. Hello, Albus, Babajid replied with equal enthusiasm. Babajid Akinbad, a prominent wizard from Africa, was a key member of the International Federation of Wizards. Accompanying him were elite Aurors from various countries, representing the Federation's formidable enforcement arm. Their presence underscored the Federation's authority and its capacity to address international crises effectively. After exchanging pleasantries, Babajid approached the disheartened Minister Blaise, with Dumbledore following closely. The scene set the stage for a confrontation that would determine the fate of the Albanian Ministry of Magic and its leaders. Dumbledore approached Blake and the others, his presence commanding yet reassuring. You all should head back now. I'll take care of things here, he said with a calm authority. Newt, ever the concerned one, asked, Do you need me to stay and provide a testimony? Dumbledore, with a gentle smile, replied, No need, Newt. We have plenty of witnesses here. Besides, you have much to do, don't you? Turning to Blake, Dumbledore inquired, And what about you? Would you prefer to return to Godric's Hollow, or would you like to assist Newt with the magical creatures? Blake's face lit up with excitement. I'd love to help with the magical creatures. Spending the Christmas holiday alone at home would be so dull. Newt was visibly pleased to have Blake's assistance. With Blake's help, the task of rehoming the magical beasts promised to be smoother. Moody, observing Tonks's reaction, couldn't help but make a snide remark. Go if you wish. With your current skill level, missing a few days of training won't make much difference. Tonks glared at Moody, frustrated. Despite his good intentions, his delivery was always grating. I've managed to defeat several. Oh, is that so? Moody interrupted, scratching his ear and glancing towards a cage, a significant portion of which he had filled himself. You still have a long way to go, young lady, but go on, enjoy your Christmas holiday. Blake, eager to lighten the mood, chimed in. Welcome, senior sister Tonks. It's a coincidence that all three of us are Hufflepuffs. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from behind them. Babajid was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a painful thud. A moment later, Blaise vanished without a trace, the anti-apparition spell seemingly broken without anyone noticing. Babajid, now on the ground, had a ghastly wound on his chest, the pain turning his face pale. "Blake," he managed to say weakly, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. "Blake! Quick!" Dumbledore shouted urgently. Blake rushed to Babajid's side, wand in hand. The wound was severe, with burn marks indicating a powerful direct hit. As Babajid's life hung in the balance, Blake cast a healing spell, the wound visibly beginning to close. However, Babajid's condition was critical, and it was a race against time. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Blake quickly administered Phoenix Tears alongside his spell. The magical tears worked wonders, healing the wound just in time to save Babajid's life. Babajid, in shock, looked down at his now-healed chest, disbelief in his eyes. He glanced at the wand and the vial of Phoenix Tears in Blake's hand, immediately understanding who had saved him. "Thank you, boy. I owe you a great debt," Babajid said, gratitude evident in his voice. "But now I have unfinished business. That traitor Blaise will pay for this." Turning to Dumbledore, he asked, "Albus, can you track where he apparated to?" Dumbledore shook his head. "There's no trace. I suspect he might have gone straight to a safe house protected by the Fidelius charm." Babajid clenched his fist in frustration. If he's hiding in a Fidelius-protected safe house, finding the secret keeper in such a vast crowd will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Blake, however, spoke up. "I might have a way." Babajid, now curious about Blake's capabilities, especially after witnessing his remarkable healing skills, asked, "What can you do?" "I've seen that man's face," Blake explained. "Anyone I've seen, I can find a way to reach them." Dumbledore considered this for a moment before nodding. "Then you should try it." Although he was hesitant about Blake relying too much on his unique abilities, it seemed to be the only viable option at the moment. However, the effectiveness of such magic from another world against the Fidelius charm's protections remained uncertain. As Dumbledore prepared to take action, Babajid looked on, a mix of hope and concern on his face. Prepared and determined, Blake was resolute that this time the adversary would not escape. Babajid, observing Dumbledore's preparatory gesture, raised his hand in response. A graduate of the African Academy of Magic, Babajid was unique in his practice. He never relied on a wand to cast his spells. Without much ado, Blake simply raised his hand and traced a circle in the air. "Thrust!" he commanded, and a dimensional door swung open. Beyond it lay a room where Blaise was found resting on a sofa, visibly exhausted. The scene left no room for doubt in Babajid's mind about what had transpired. "Blaise!" he exclaimed, followed by a frustrated, "Stupid!" Suddenly, the room erupted with a boom. Poor Blaise, caught off guard, was yanked from his refuge and found himself back in the cave. The aurors present were astounded by the portal's appearance. Blake, meanwhile, was rewarded with a surge of treasure chests, unaware that Babajid had been in danger. This turn of events took him by surprise. Crack! Babajid clasped Blake's hand in gratitude. "You saved my life, young man. Please tell me your name." Blake glanced at Dumbledore, who offered a supportive smile and nod. "My name is Blake Green," he replied. Babajid's excitement was palpable. "Thank you so much for everything, Blake." "My name is Babajid Akinbad," he introduced himself. "You're welcome, Mr. Akinbad. Saving people is simply the right thing to do," Blake responded modestly. "What a humble boy. Albus, is this young man a student at your school?" Babajid inquired. Dumbledore, with a reserved smile, clarified, "Actually, Blake is my child." The revelation prompted a surprised from Babajid, to which Dumbledore hastily added, "Ahem, adopted." He sighed, acknowledging the complexity of explaining their relationship. "Oh, you gave me quite the scare, Albus, but he's a good boy indeed. It's high time you found someone to make you proud," Babajid remarked, looking at Blake with a smile. "I have a son about your age. I'll have him transfer to Hogwarts." "Albus, do you have any objections?" Babajid asked. Dumbledore responded, "I see no issue, but the wishes of the child must be considered first." Babajid assured him with a smile, "Don't worry, Albus. He has been eager to study in Europe. Given his upbringing here during his early years, he's more suited to a European magic school than Ouagadougou. With an exceptional young wizard like Blake at Hogwarts, I'm confident Bob will thrive." Blake chuckled. "Then please ensure Bob joins Hufflepuff. I'll look after him." "Ha, I'm counting on you. So, Albus?" Babajid turned to Dumbledore, who laughed in agreement. "Indeed, I can arrange that." With the headmaster's approval, the matter was settled as naturally as if it had been a simple online transaction. Dumbledore was left to address the aftermath in Albania, while Blake opened a dimensional door to transport the others back to England. Moody and Aberforth departed first, followed by Blake, Tonks, and Newt to his home. Newt's residence, nestled in Dorset by a secluded lake, was picturesque, especially with the frozen lake. However, Blake noticed a horse-shaped creature swimming beneath the ice. "Please, don't mention to Tina that I almost—" Newt began, only to be interrupted by a stern voice from behind. "Don't tell you what." Tina Goldstein, Newt's wife and a former Auror, approached with a discerning eye. Attempting to cover, Newt stammered, I wanted to surprise you for Christmas, so—" Tina, experienced in detecting deceit, saw through Newt's fib with ease. "Oh, my dear, you know you can't lie to me, but let's set that aside for now. Won't you introduce me to these two young people?" "Oh," Newt exclaimed, recovering. "This is Blake Green, Dumbledore's adopted child, and this is Tonks. They've both been a great help to me." He remembered Tonks's preference to avoid her full name, Nymphadora. I refrained from speaking out of courtesy. "This is my wife, Tina Scamander," Newt introduced, as Tina warmly greeted Blake and Tonks at the door. Meanwhile, Newt lingered behind, momentarily unsure of what to do next. It was then that Tina called out to him, "Newt, come here and help me prepare tea for our guests. I'll start on dinner." In his haste, Newt rushed into the house without changing his shoes, tracking snow across the floor, which earned him a mild rebuke from Tina. "Mrs. S. Commander, please, let me assist you," Blake offered eagerly. Tina, taken aback, responded, "Oh, we couldn't possibly impose on our guests." Blake insisted, "During our journey, Mr. Scamander took great care of me. I'd really like to cook a meal for him as a token of my gratitude. Besides, I'm quite adept in the kitchen." Tina, seeing the genuine desire to help in Blake's eyes, considered his offer. She realized that this gesture meant a lot to Blake, a way to express his thanks for Newt's kindness. After a moment's hesitation, she smiled and nodded, welcoming Blake's assistance. Together, they moved towards the kitchen, ready to prepare a meal that would bring everyone closer, weaving new bonds of friendship and appreciation within the warm walls of the Scamander home. Chapter 145. Discovering the Landscape of Alchemy. Blake's culinary skills need no further accolades. Blessed with a system that has honed his abilities to perfection, he has mastered the art of cooking beyond the confines of any single country's cuisine. Even a simple piece of cabbage under his touch transforms into an extraordinarily delicious dish. "Blake, you're so young, yet you cook so wonderfully," Tina marveled. Tonks, devouring the bacon in her bowl, looked up with eyes shining like stars. She couldn't fathom how ordinary fried bacon could taste so divine. "My cooking skills? I learned everything from Mrs. Marianne, the director of the orphanage where I grew up." "I'm still far from her level," Blake said, his modesty evident. "Orphanage? Oh, poor child. But everything will be all right," Tina said, her voice tinged with sadness. She couldn't understand how parents could abandon such a talented and sensible child. "With Albus's guidance, he'll do just fine, Tina," Newt comforted his wife. "You're right, dear. And Blake, you're welcome to stay here as long as you like. You have an interest in magical creatures, don't you? Feel free to take any of the magical animals from the basement home with you. I promise you, on Newt's behalf," Tina offered generously. Newt gave his wife a look of mild reproach. "Tina, this." Blake, understanding the situation, quickly expressed his gratitude and politely declined the offer. "Mr. Scamander's passion for fantastic beasts is truly admirable. A life without a cause to fight for would be incredibly dull. His dedication to magizology has paved the way for many to learn about magical beasts, benefiting future generations," Blake said, his admiration genuine. Newt was moved to tears by Blake's words, blushing as he responded, I just pursued my passion. It's not as grand as you make it sound." Tina realized her mistake, recognizing the magical animals as Newt's life's work. She feared for Newt's safety and didn't want him to retire, but she also didn't want to see him in danger. That night, Blake and Tonks stayed at Newt's house. The next day, Newt gave them a tour of his basement, a space that, to Blake's astonishment, rivaled the Forbidden Forest in size. "It's just a bit of the untraceable stretch charm," Newt said modestly, his face alight with anticipation for praise. "Wow, Mr. Scamander, you're incredible." Blake exclaimed, playing along. Tonks, despite her initial skepticism, couldn't help but admire the vast space, acknowledging the powerful magic required. As an Auror, she was aware of the legality of such spells, but chose to overlook it in this instance. Newt, buoyed by their praise, led them on an extensive tour of the basement. They witnessed the hatching of snake eggs, watched a mooncalf dance under simulated moonlight, and encountered an invisible creature resembling a small old man, among others. Finally, Newt showed them to a large area housing several fierce magical creatures that Blake had tamed in the Colosseum, including a black dragon, Xiangdu leopard, Xiangda, Agcarius, and Nagini. "This area is reserved for you, Blake," Newt announced. "Until Albus finds a suitable island, your magical animals can stay here." Blake surveyed the expansive area before him, skepticism briefly crossing his mind as he considered whether Newt had managed to prepare this space overnight. Yet, the vastness and suitability of the location quickly dispelled his doubts. "By the way, I have something important to discuss with you," Newt began, his expression turning grave. "After consulting with Albus and the others, we've decided it's best not to disclose your involvement just yet. The mastermind behind recent events remains at large, and we're concerned they might be tracking you." The possibility didn't seem far-fetched to Blake. After all, the replication of the Colosseum, the apprehension of key figures, and even the discovery of the vault, all these incidents were intricately linked to him. "Okay," Blake responded, unfazed by the Desai. "Scion." "I'm sorry, Blake. It seems you won't be receiving public recognition this time," Newt apologized. "I'm not bothered, Mr. Scamander. Gaining fame is the least of my concerns. I have the means to achieve it if I ever desire," Blake replied, his tone neither arrogant nor dismissive. His groundbreaking research alone could someday earn him the Order of Merlin, second class. In the days that followed, Blake dedicated himself to the care of the extraordinary creatures he had tamed, with Newt and other magizoologists attending to the needs of the rescued magical animals. Blake's expertise was sought only when the most challenging cases arose, allowing him to discreetly resolve issues that stumped others. Among the fantastic beasts Blake had tamed in the Colosseum, he chose to keep only a cat leopard and a chimera, leaving the rest under Newt's care. The cat leopard, resembling a puma but capable of incredible speed and even bipedal locomotion, possessed eyes that could hypnotize and perform legilimency. The chimera, a formidable creature with the head of a lion, the body of a goat, and the tail of a dragon, was known for its rarity and the danger it posed. Its eggs classified as Class A, prohibited trade items. Blake was aware of Hagrid's interest in acquiring a chimera egg, highlighting the creature's allure and danger. Initially, even Newt hesitated to approach these XXX-level dangerous creatures until Blake had fully tamed them, ensuring they posed no threat to anyone. This allowed Newt to study these magnificent beasts up close, an opportunity he had never had before, especially with a chimera. Blake's stay at Newt's extended until the end of the Christmas holidays, after which he returned to Godric's Valley, leaving his more ferocious pets in Newt's capable hands. Nagini, however, was taken on Dumbledore's request, holding on to a slim hope of finding a cure for her condition. Upon returning home, Blake realized he had yet to open his Christmas presents, having been preoccupied with the sudden events that had unfolded. Among the gifts, he discovered a double-sided mirror from Nicholas Flamel and his wife, Perenelle. The mirror allowed communication with Flamel by simply speaking his name. Perenelle's gift was a miniature disappearing cabinet, accompanied by a note suggesting Blake could use it to share new ideas, blueprints, or alchemy products for their review. Though Blake possessed the ability to teleport, making these gifts somewhat superfluous, he appreciated the thoughtfulness behind them. Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel, unaware of Blake's mastery of such advanced magic, had offered these tokens of support, underscoring their generosity and the depth of their relationship. Blake treated the opportunity to learn from Nicholas Flamel with great reverence. Whether it was through consultations via a two-way mirror or utilizing a vanishing cabinet for instant teleportation, these methods were all for the sake of facilitating Blake's education in alchemy. Reflecting on the possibility that Nicholas Flamel might have been awaiting his contact through the two-way mirror, Blake couldn't shake off a sense of guilt for not having opened the package sooner. With a sense of urgency, Blake picked up the two-way mirror and called out softly, "Monsieur Flamel? Monsieur Flamel!" After a brief moment, the mirror's surface changed, revealing an elderly man with a face so lined it seemed capable of trapping a fly. His pale visage expressed surprise as he looked at Blake through the mirror. "Mr. Flamel, I must apologize to you. I had some matters to attend to and only opened the Christmas present today," Blake explained. Nicholas Flamel responded with a smile. "Just call me Nicholas. That's what Albus calls me." "Oh, I understand it might feel odd given my age, but even Albus is a youngster compared to me. Don't be formal. You've been busy. I've heard as much from Albus. It's not an easy path, is it?" Blake returned the smile. "Indeed, it's quite challenging, Nicholas." Nicholas Flamel was pleased that Blake was willing to address him on a first-name basis. "By the way, we've had some new thoughts about the blueprint you sent earlier. It's not fully complete yet, but we're starting to get a clearer picture," Nicholas shared. "I'll use the vanishing cabinet to send it over for you to see," he added. Blake nodded and turned his attention to the vanishing cabinet. Soon, a soft knocking sound emerged from within, as if someone was signaling from the inside. Blake quickly opened the cabinet to find a blueprint lying inside. The ink on certain sections was still fresh, indicating that Nicholas had been working on it right up until Blake made contact. The convenience of the vanishing cabinet intrigued Blake, who considered disassembling it to understand its workings. However, he remembered there was another one in the room of requirement that hadn't been damaged by Peeves, according to the story. Putting aside thoughts of the cabinet, Blake focused on the task at hand. After examining the blueprint, he realized that Nicholas and his team were heading in the wrong direction. If they continued down this path, failure was inevitable. Determined to correct the course, Blake grabbed a pen and began making modifications to the blueprint. After some time, Blake placed the revised blueprint back in the vanishing cabinet and picked up the two-way mirror again. "Nicholas, I've made some adjustments to the blueprint. Please take a look and let me know if this works," he said. On the other side, Nicholas Flamel, who had been enjoying a rare moment of rest with a cup of tea, perked up at Blake's words. He was eager to see the young student's creative solutions. Retrieving the modified blueprint from the cabinet, Nicholas spread it out on his desk and became engrossed in the changes. So much so, he momentarily forgot Blake was waiting on the other end of the mirror. Feeling a bit bored from the wait, Blake began sketching a new blueprint on another piece of parchment. This time, he decided to tackle the design of the Eye of Agamotto, a reward from a previous Supreme Treasure box. Despite only understanding a fraction of its alchemy, Blake was curious to see Nicholas's reaction. However, he knew that fully comprehending the Eye of Agamotto's complexities would be a tall order, even for someone of Nicholas Flamel's caliber. "So, you, Nicole Flamel, claim to have reached the pinnacle of alchemy? You believe there's nothing more for you to achieve? Then take a look at this blueprint. See if there's any realm beyond your reach," Blake said as he finished drawing the blueprint and promptly placed it into the vanishing cabinet. After a brief moment, Nicole Flamel's image appeared in the two-way mirror. However, Nicole's attention was immediately captured by the Pokeball blueprint laid out on the table. "Blake, you're a genius, do you know that? I've just realized we've been thinking in the wrong direction all along," Nicole exclaimed. "The adjustments you've made are spot on." "Ah, sorry, I was so absorbed by the modified blueprint you sent over, I forgot you were waiting for my response," Nicole apologized. Blake shook his head, indicating it was fine, and then said, "Nico, did you know I've learned a type of magical magic?" "Yes," Nico nodded. "Albus mentioned it to me. He sought my opinion on it as well." "My view aligns with Albus's, Blake," Nico continued. "Just like in alchemy, no matter how refined the practice, it operates on the principle of equivalent exchange. The power you borrow now must be compensated for in some way in the future. So, I also believe you should refrain from using this kind of power unless absolutely necessary." Blake nodded in understanding. "I see, Nico, but what I wanted to tell you is, when I acquired this magical knowledge, I also received an alchemical blueprint. It's as vividly imprinted in my mind as the magical knowledge itself, So I couldn't help but write it down silently, and I wanted you to see what this blueprint looks like. Nicole's curiosity was instantly ignited. Did you send it through the vanishing cabinet? Yes, that's right. Then I'll go and take a look right away, Nicole Flamel exclaimed, rushing towards the vanishing cabinet with an eagerness that belied his usual composure. He retrieved the blueprint, unfolded it hastily, and scrutinized it. After a mere second, Nicole Flamel's eyes widened in astonishment. How is this possible? Chapter 146. Blake, Cassandra, do you want spicy strips? This is impossible. This phrase became a constant refrain from Nicole Flamel upon examining the blueprint. Blake, observing Nicole's reactions through a two-way mirror, didn't interrupt. He understood the feeling well, despite not having experienced it himself. Reaching the pinnacle in a field, believing you've mastered it, only to discover what you thought was the apex is merely the beginning. This realization can be suffocating, a sentiment Nicole now faced, directed at the blueprint and the formidable entity from another dimension it represented. Consequently, Blake couldn't secure any treasure chests. Nico, what's wrong? Perinal emerged from the bedroom, catching Nicole's distressed expression. Honey, I can't decipher this blueprint, Nicole admitted, handing it over. Perinal, surprised, took the blueprint. The idea that there was a blueprint Nicole Flamel couldn't understand was shocking. Nicole could grasp parts of it, but for someone as confident in their alchemy as Nicole, partial understanding was as good as none. Without the ability to create the items detailed, it was moot. Perinal, after a brief examination, mirrored Nicole's shock. Where did this come from? He inquired. Nicole pointed to the two-way mirror, and soon, an elderly lady with silver hair appeared in the reflection. Hello, Blake. This is our first meeting. My name is Perinal LeMay, she introduced herself. Hello, Madame LeMay, Blake responded, maintaining a reserved demeanor. Nicole, how is M. Flamel? Perinal asked. It's my fault. I should have known something was amiss with that blueprint. I wouldn't have shown it to him, Blake said, guilt evident in his tone. No, Nicole appeared in the mirror. I must thank you, Blake. The blueprint you provided showed me that my alchemy has further possibilities. I've always believed I had reached the peak since no one could surpass me. But today, I've realized my journey in alchemy is far from over. It's just beginning. You're fine, Blake remarked, then hesitated as Nicole corrected him on the formality. You must call me Nicole, and this is Weyer Perinal. Perinal nodded in agreement. Blake felt awkward addressing two individuals whose ages combined spanned a millennium, especially considering how young Dumbledore seemed in comparison. So, Nico, what's your plan? Will you study this alchemy blueprint? Blake inquired. Nico replied with excitement. To be precise, my limited understanding of alchemy. It's been years since I've admitted that. My limited understanding prevents me from grasping the purpose of the items in this blueprint. We need to conduct experiments, many experiments, to determine the final use of the products it describes. Blake pondered. Could it be that this blueprint's origin and the unfamiliar materials it lists are why we can't understand it? Nico shook his head. No, while many of the materials are new to ordinary alchemists, I'm familiar with them all. In fact, I have a stockpile of them. So, it's possible to create the items from this blueprint in our world. However, without understanding the underlying principles, manufacturing them is impossible. Perinal looked at Nicholas Flamel, whose excitement was palpable, almost childlike. She smiled, understanding that for Nicholas, life was an endless quest for adventure, a pursuit that was momentarily paused. Blake, Nicholas might not have the time to answer your questions later, Perinal said gently. But I'll be here. You can ask me anything. My knowledge of alchemy is nearly as vast as my husband's. She reassured Blake that she was just as capable of answering his inquiries. Nicholas Flamel, eager to begin, announced, Well, I think we should start now. Okay, Nico, Perinal agreed, then turned to Blake. Let's stop here for today. If you need anything, just contact me through the two-way mirror. After the image in the mirror faded, Blake couldn't help but laugh with relief. With Nicholas Flamel's renewed zest for life, the Cree, adder and keeper of the Sorcerer's Stone, wouldn't be contemplating death anytime soon. As long as Nicholas desired to live, death was not an option. Blake's attention then shifted to two golden chests in his system space, his mood lifting further. Deciding to celebrate, he commanded, System, open the box. Ding, opening the diamond treasure chest for the host. Wait, I wanted to open a gold one. Blake's initial joy turned to disappointment. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring a free convenience store. What does that mean? Blake was puzzled. Ding. As stated, the host can now access a portable convenience store through the system panel and select products for free. These products will be automatically restocked every 24 hours, and the food is guaranteed to be delicious. Intrigued, Blake explored the convenience store's offerings. His disappointment about the treasure chest mistake quickly vanished. It seemed he now had an endless supply of snacks, including favorites from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, as well as treats from his past life. This reward was unexpectedly delightful. Curious about the source of these convenience store products but not dwelling on it, Blake grabbed a pack of spicy strips. Tearing open the package, he took a big bite and immediately burst into tears. It had been years since he tasted something so familiar. As the Christmas holiday concluded, Blake had to return to Hogwarts, especially with Dumbledore's watchful eye. He boarded the Hogwarts Express, finding an empty compartment with ease, as many students had stayed at school over the break. Settling in, Blake proudly took out a bag of snacks from the convenience store. Just then, the compartment door swung open and Cassandra stormed in, visibly upset. "What have you been doing all vacation?" she demanded. "Why didn't you write back?" Blake scratched his head, recalling his holiday adventures. He had traveled extensively, from Albania to Newt's house, then back to Godric's Hollow, including appariting with a phoenix, which meant his responses never reached Cassandra's owl. The owl, tasked with delivering Cassandra's letter, had embarked on a futile journey. It missed Blake repeatedly due to his constant movement, leading to a month-long ordeal that nearly ended in disaster. The owl, exhausted and on the brink of death, was only saved by Blake's timely use of druid magic. Clearing his throat, Blake offered, "Ahem, Cassandra, would you like some spicy noodles?" hoping to ease the tension and share a piece of his unexpected treasure. "Delicious," Blake said, handing the bag over. "Spicy strips? I don't want your spicy strips," came the initial protest. "You owe me a reasonable explanation." I don't usually eat," was the hesitant reply before a sudden yelp. "Ouch! Okay, fine, delicious! What is this?" Cassandra, unable to resist the allure of the spicy strips, eventually gave in. She sat on a chair, taking small bites. The spiciness flushed her cheeks, yet she continued to eat, looking adorably engrossed in the snack. Any thoughts of not replying were quickly forgotten. When the door opened again, Hermione stepped in. "Hey Blake, you wouldn't believe how shocked my dad was when he saw my teeth back to normal size," she exclaimed. "He's still not entirely on board, but I don't care. By the way, are you busy during the vacation? Why don't you come back?" Before she could finish, Blake interrupted by offering a strawberry cake, having not responded to Hermione's letter either. "Do you want some?" he asked. "Now that your teeth are fixed, why not enjoy some dessert?" Hermione hesitated, biting her lip. "Eating too much sweet stuff is bad for your teeth," she said, embarrassed. "But we're wizards. If there's a problem, just go to Madame Pomfrey. She'll have you fixed up in no time." Blake persuaded. Hermione couldn't resist the temptation and, while indulging in the cake, shared her grievances about her father. "My dad won't let me have sweets when I'm home," she complained. "He's worried about side effects since I used magic on my teeth without permission." Blake listened, a peppermint wand candy in his mouth, smiling sympathetically. Suddenly, a commotion outside caught their attention. Blake stood up, opened the door, and peered out into the train corridor, where a large, intimidating man stood surrounded by fearful students. On the ground lay Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, nursing bruises and cuts. "Huh? Who is that guy? Have we seen him at school before?" Hermione asked, puzzled. Despite their months at Hogwarts, this man was a stranger to them. While Hermione and Cassandra speculated about the man's identity, Blake approached him. "Did you hit them?" he asked, the peppermint wand still in his mouth. "Yes, I did," the man admitted, clearly flustered and unsure of what to do next, especially after Malfoy threatened to tell his father, a school trustee. "Why did you hit them?" Blake inquired. The man explained in fluent English, albeit with an accent. "I asked them about someone, but they insulted my father, so I just—" Blake nodded, then turned to Malfoy. You really should learn not to provoke someone stronger than you, especially when insulting their family. Do you think you deserved it? Malfoy, intimidated by Blake, dared not respond. A little injury. You shouldn't fuss about it, right? Blake added. Malfoy quickly agreed, eager to leave before the situation worsened. Blake had a reputation for being unforgiving. Once they were gone, Blake asked the man, Can you tell me who you're looking for? I'm looking for Blake Green. The man, now identified as Bob Aikenbod, replied. Blake invited Bob to sit with them in the carriage. Hermione and Cassandra, curious about the newcomer, listened as Blake introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Bob, Blake said warmly. I promised your father I'd look out for you. Don't worry, most of the young wizards at Hogwarts are quite friendly. What happened earlier was just an unfortunate incident. Blake reassured Bob, making it clear that Hogwarts was generally a welcoming place, despite the occasional mishap. Blake knew that bullying was a pervasive issue in schools everywhere, but he hadn't expected to find himself in the middle of such a situation so soon. As he stood there, contemplating the complexities of school dynamics, Bob suddenly looked up at him with a serious expression. You saved my dad's life in Albania, Bob stated, his voice carrying a weight of gratitude. Blake was taken aback, trying to downplay his actions. Well, it was nothing major, he replied modestly. If I hadn't stepped in, Dumbledore would have. But you did save my dad's life, didn't you? Bob insisted, looking for confirmation. Yes, Blake admitted, unable to deny the truth. Okay, Bob said, as if a decision had been made in his mind. Okay? Blake was confused by Bob's response, unsure of what he was implying. Bob's expression turned resolute. My father told me you're a good person. From now on, I'm going to stick with you. I'll take on anyone you want me to. Blake nearly choked on his own saliva, caught off guard by Bob's declaration. I'm a good person, yes, but I don't resort to violence. Let's not jump to conclusions, he hastily corrected. Bob scratched his head, a sheepish grin revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Okay then. We won't beat people up without a good reason, only when it's absolutely necessary. Blake was left speechless, trying to process Bob's unconventional way of offering friendship. He realized that navigating the social landscape of this school was going to be more complicated than he had anticipated. Chapter 147, Soul Out of Body. Nagini's Soul. It had been two days since I returned to school, and Dumbledore had kept his promise by placing Bob in Hufflepuff. He even shared a dorm with me. The Hufflepuff dormitories are surprisingly spacious, easily accommodating an additional bed. For the past 2 days, Bob had been shadowing me everywhere I went, whether it was to meals, classes, or even the bathroom. This was unlike anything I had experienced before, and admittedly, I found it somewhat uncomfortable. Having a follower was one thing if she were a beautiful girl, but Bob was a large, imposing figure, which made the situation entirely different. Of course, no one openly commented on this arrangement. After all, right next door in Slytherin, Malfoy had his own entourage. However, my patience was wearing thin. Today, after our herbology class, I finally addressed the issue with Bob. I think you may have misunderstood your father's intentions, I began, turning to face Bob, who trailed behind me. He meant for me to take good care of you and to prevent you from being bullied. But that doesn't mean you need to follow me around constantly. Bob fell silent for a moment before responding. I don't know, Blake. I'm not as smart as you. I mean, following you was the only way I could think of to repay you. I looked at Bob, seeing the seriousness in his eyes. Bob Aikenbod, what I desire in return is a friend who is loyal, not a servant. Would you like to be my friend, or do you insist on treating yourself like a servant? Bob looked at me, surprise evident on his face. I want to be your friend, Blake. Very good, Bob, I exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. Then, turning to Professor Sprout, who had been observing our exchange with a smile, I asked, Professor Sprout, Hufflepuff is known for its unity. Could we have a welcome party in the common room to celebrate my new friend joining the class? Of course, dear, Professor Sprout replied with a warm smile. We welcome every new Hufflepuff. The party will be at 7 o'clock tonight. I'll make the arrangements. Bob looked on, a mix of emotions crossing his face as he heard the word home. Home, he murmured to himself. That sounds pretty good. Meanwhile, in a correspondence book, Nicole Flamel appeared somewhat embarrassed. Nick? What's wrong? Is Blake causing trouble? Dumbledore inquired, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Oh, no, of course not, Nicole Flamel quickly reassured him. Blake is a good boy, Dumbledore. You'll see. Dumbledore couldn't help but smile helplessly. Blake was indeed a good boy at times, but he was also known for his mischief. From sneaking into the Forbidden Forest at night, to planting mysterious plants and daringly flying on a sword after learning a bit of alchemy, Blake was full of surprises. So, what is it? Dumbledore asked, noting that the communication book was usually reserved for emergencies, yet Flamel had used it twice recently, both times concerning Blake. Flamel then revealed that Blake had given him a blueprint, a complete one that had been imprinted in his mind when he learned a certain magic from a rift. Dumbledore was taken aback. A blueprint for what? And you can't understand it? That's just it, Albus, Flamel exclaimed. For centuries, I've considered my alchemy knowledge to be unparalleled. I thought I had nothing left to learn. But this blueprint, it's beyond anything I've ever seen. Dumbledore was stunned. It was inconceivable that Nicole Flamel, a master of alchemy, couldn't decipher a blueprint. But with your expertise, how could there be a blueprint you can't understand? That's precisely the problem, Albus, Flamel said, his excitement palpable. I've always believed my alchemy was at its peak, but now I realize there's still so much more to discover. This blueprint represents a new adventure, a challenge I never expected to face. Of death, Nicole Flamel mused, his eyes reflecting a newfound determination. But now, after seeing that blueprint, I truly understand what L is beyond the sky. Albus, I've rediscovered my will to live. Dumbledore regarded Nicole with a mixture of surprise and warmth. I'm genuinely happy for you, Nico. Truthfully, I wasn't ready to say goodbye. Nicole, taken aback by Dumbledore's response, struggled to find the right words. I'm sorry, Albus. I had promised that once our business was concluded, you would destroy the Philosopher's Stone. But now I find myself hesitating. This is your Philosopher's Stone, Nicole, Dumbledore reassured him. My plans were always adaptable to your decisions. If you choose to delay your departure and keep the stone, who am I to object? Nicole, still uncertain, asked. But won't taking back the stone affect your plans? Dumbledore smiled confidently. Not at all. In my strategy, the authenticity of certain elements doesn't change the outcome. The adversary we're preparing for will proceed to the end regardless. In fact, your reclaiming the stone might even ensure its safety. After a moment of contemplation, Nicole suggested, just to be safe, perhaps you could place a Fidelius charm on my residence. I wouldn't want my actions to create any vulnerabilities in your plan. Dumbledore looked at him with gratitude. That's a wise precaution, but wouldn't that restrict your freedom to travel? Nicole chuckled. I can still travel wherever I wish, as long as the stone remains secure in that room, right? Though I must admit, I've grown less inclined to wander. Very well, I'll personally cast the Fidelius charm, Dumbledore agreed. Who will you choose as your secret keeper? Nicole's face lit up with a mischievous grin. How about Bob? Fancy giving it a try? Meanwhile, in the auditorium, Bob had just taken his seat when Blake offered him a pack of fiery red strips. Hesitant, Bob wasn't sure he was brave enough. He had seen others try them, their reactions ranging from shock to discomfort, as if battling an invisible foe. Yet, trusting Blake wouldn't harm him, Bob took a bold bite, embracing the fiery challenge like a warrior facing death. Instantly, his eyes widened in surprise. The spicy, tingling sensation was unexpectedly refreshing, igniting a warmth that battled the cold weather. Overwhelmed by the flavor, Bob devoured the entire pack, his initial apprehension replaced by a craving for more. Blake, I need more, Bob managed to say, his voice a mix of pain and pleasure. Blake, amused and touched by Bob's reaction, handed him another pack and a 2-liter bottle of Coke, a gesture that moved Bob to tears. Never before had he experienced such camaraderie or tasted such delightful snacks. Was this what friendship felt like? Blake, do you have any more? Bob asked eagerly. The Weasley twins, Fred and George, also joined in, intrigued by the snack. Blake, seizing the opportunity, offered them a pack for 5 silver sickles, a price that initially shocked them. However, their resistance quickly melted away at the prospect of enjoying the addictive snack. Boss, you'll always be our leader, they declared. their complaints about the price turning into a playful banter about the value of friendship over money. As Fred and George left, presumably to dissect the snack's formula once more, Blake couldn't help but smile. Unbeknownst to them, the snack's allure wasn't due to any magical ingredient, but rather the simple joy of sharing a moment with friends. Muggle snacks, devoid of any magical essence, were the subject of an unconventional study by a group of wizards. They approached the investigation with the mindset of potion-making, a perspective that was bound to yield no results. Blake, aware of their misguided efforts, chose not to correct them. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the prospect of their reaction upon consuming their own hot sticks. In the room of requirement, Blake was deep in slumber, while Nagini, his serpentine companion, dozed nearby. Amidst the clutter of scattered books, one began to turn its pages autonomously. Nagini's eyes snapped open, her gaze fixed on the book with an intensity born of vigilance. The absence of any breeze in the room made the self-flipping book all the more mysterious. Had Blake not instructed her to stay put, she would have investigated the anomaly up close. The phenomenon, however, was not supernatural. If Nagini had the ability to perceive souls, she would have seen Blake's soul, seated cross-legged on the floor, meticulously flipping through the book. This ability to leave one's body was a rare skill among supreme mages, allowing them to study without taxing their physical form, consuming only a minimal amount of mental energy. For Blake, this power transformed his nights into sessions of cultivating immortals, significantly advancing his proficiency in potions, herbalism, and healing. After completing the book, Blake's soul returned to his body, and he awoke with a start. Nagini immediately informed him of the supernatural event she had witnessed. Blake explained his out-of-body reading session, which led him to ponder the nature of Nagini's existence. Dumbledore had previously examined Nagini, but concluded that her prolonged transformation into a snake made it impossible for her to revert to human form. Blake, however, was not ready to accept that Nagini's human essence was completely lost. With a calming voice, Blake prepared Nagini for an experiment. A gentle tap and a swift motion later, Nagini's soul emerged from her body, revealing itself to be a dual-layered entity. A frantic snake spirit enveloping a human soul, represented by a girl in a black skirt, curled up as if consumed by the snake. This discovery filled Blake with hope. The narrative shifts to the anticipation surrounding the first Quidditch match after Christmas, pitting Hufflepuff against Gryffindor. The Gryffindor team was on edge, mindful of Hufflepuff's recent victory over Ravenclaw. To Blake's astonishment, Snape had once again volunteered to referee the match, despite assurances that Quirrell would not interfere and Harry would be safe. Confronting Snape in a secluded corner, Blake inquired about his decision to officiate the game. Snape's response was a cryptic smile, adding another layer of intrigue to the unfolding events. Since his life isn't in danger today, Snape mused aloud, a mischievous glint in his eyes, then why shouldn't I continue as the referee and irk him further? The notion of deliberately making unfair calls, essentially becoming a biased referee, was practically etched across Snape's expression. Blake couldn't help but sigh at the sight. Harry is truly fortunate to have a professor like you, he remarked, the irony in his voice unmistakable. Indeed, and consider it your good fortune as well. For next, do I really need to spell out whose side my calls will favor? Snape's tone was laced with a thinly veiled threat, his intentions clear. Professor Snape, could you perhaps exercise a bit of restraint? Blake implored, hoping to appeal to the professor's better nature. The request hung in the air, a plea for fairness in a game that was meant to be enjoyed by all. Chapter 148, Snape's Dismay and Blake's Triumph. As the game commenced, Snape found himself among the spectators, his expression so dark it seemed a storm was brewing on his face. His agitation only intensified at the sight of Blake in action, his fists clenched in frustration. Snape had not anticipated Blake's audacious move, reporting him for biased refereeing right before the game. This led to Snape being dismissed from his referee duties amidst a whirlwind of regret, disbelief, grief, and anger. He could still vividly recall Blake's words, which had nearly driven him to the brink of fury. As an honest Hufflepuff, how can I allow the game to be won through unfair means? Blake had declared. And as a professor who fails to set a proper example, I am ashamed to share this role with you." Snape felt as if he was on the verge of exploding with rage. If only Dumbledore hadn't been protecting the boy, Snape would have gladly confronted him directly. On the field, Blake caught sight of Snape among the crowd, barely containing his laughter. His successful report had not only infuriated Snape, but had also rewarded Blake with a significant bounty from the system, a testament to Snape's anger. Seeing Blake's smug smile, Snape's face turned an even deeper shade of green, and Blake's system space was enriched with additional treasure chests. It seemed that provoking Snape was a lucrative strategy. To everyone's surprise, the entire Gryffindor team paid homage to Blake before the game began. They had been dreading Snape's role as referee, fearing his bias, but Blake's courageous act of reporting Snape had averted the crisis, earning him the respect and admiration of his peers. The spectators, especially the younger wizards, were curious about the Gryffindor team's gesture. As the story of Blake's integrity and bravery spread, the audience's respect for him grew. Blake's actions had ensured a fair game, showcasing a level of nobility that was widely praised. However, Snape's reputation suffered further damage. The whispers among the crowd were dismissive and critical, highlighting his inability to change his ways despite previous setbacks. Blake, on the other hand, was celebrated for his integrity, even by those who admitted they might not have done the same in his position. The audience's applause for Blake was spontaneous and heartfelt. Meanwhile, Snape, overwhelmed by the scorn and ridicule, hastily exited the field, his dignity in tatters. On the field, Blake's smile was genuine and warm, earning him further admiration from the crowd. His actions had not only secured him treasure chests from the system, but had also visibly shaken Snape. As the game resumed, the Gryffindor team played with renewed vigor, inspired by Blake's example. The outcome of the match now hinged on Harry's ability to catch the golden snitch before their opponents could widen the score gap. Lee Jordan, the commentator, highlighted the critical situation. With time running out, the pressure was on Harry to secure the win for Gryffindor. The next few minutes would determine the fate of the game. The match had ended almost as soon as it began. Harry Potter, with his remarkable agility, had managed to catch the golden snitch within the first 5 minutes. However, before this swift capture, Blake had already scored an impressive 15 goals for Hufflepuff and assisted in 3 more. Thus, the final score stood at 180 to 150. If Harry hadn't caught the snitch so quickly, Gryffindor's defeat would have been even more humiliating than their previous match against Ravenclaw. The Gryffindor defense was practically non-existent under Blake's relentless assault, resembling a sieve more than a team. In the aftermath, Oliver Wood, Gryffindor's keeper, was left staring blankly into the sky, overwhelmed by the defeat. The scene was so poignant, it could bring tears to anyone's eyes. The audience was in disarray. Professor McGonagall was beside herself, and Lee Jordan, the match commentator, was at a loss for words. Harry's quick capture of the snitch was impressive, but it was overshadowed by the rapid succession of goals from the opposing team. Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff House, was ecstatic, waving her scarf in support of her players. Dumbledore, ever the serene figure, clapped softly, a smile on his face. In contrast, Hermione looked utterly dejected, while Hannah Abbott waved the Hufflepuff flag with vigor. Cassandra, eager to congratulate Blake, made her way down the stands. Despite the match's brevity, it was undeniably thrilling. Both teams had given their all, but Blake had turned the game into a showcase of his own talent. The abrupt end left many spectators feeling unsatisfied, with some younger wizards from other houses opining that Harry should have delayed catching the snitch. After the game, Cho Chang approached Blake, her eyes wide with admiration. "Blake, how come your flying skills are so good? Have you been practicing for years?" Blake responded with a modest smile. "No, actually, I only learned to fly this year, and as for Quidditch, I only know a bit." Cho was incredulous. "You only learned to fly this year? How is that possible?" Just then, Cassandra arrived, overhearing Cho's request for Blake to teach her flying skills. Feeling a mix of annoyance and jealousy, she interjected, "Actually, I also want you to teach me my flying skills. Why should you only teach her and not me?" Blake, ever the diplomat, assured her, "Of course, I always treat my friends equally." Cedric Diggory, feeling somewhat left out, asked if he could join. Blake, surprised by his presence, welcomed him as well. The conversation shifted as Cedric expressed his dissatisfaction with the game's outcome, feeling it lacked involvement. Marcus Flint, the Slytherin keeper, shared his frustration, having barely seen any action due to the quick scoreline. The group's banter was interrupted by Oliver Wood's despondent suggestion of trading places to experience the onslaught Blake had unleashed. Marcus quickly dismissed the idea, fearing he'd fare no better. As the group shared a collective sigh, they realized Blake had slipped away unnoticed. The weather grew colder after Christmas, contrary to expectations. Following a morning transfiguration class, Blake lingered behind, approached by Professor McGonagall for a discussion, leaving his friends to wonder about the nature of their conversation. Blake approached Professor McGonagall with a sense of curiosity, his mind teeming with questions about transfiguration that extended beyond the day's lesson. As he caught her attention, a slight smile played at the corner of her mouth, signaling her readiness to entertain his inquiries. "Okay, if you have any questions, just ask," she said, placing the textbook back on the podium. It was clear to her that Blake's questions wouldn't pertain to the day's lesson. She was well aware of his proficiency in transfiguration. "My questions are about animagi," Blake began, his tone respectful. "Since you are an animagus, Professor, I believe you're the best person to ask." Professor McGonagall nodded, understanding the depth of Blake's interest. "Normally, I'd advise students to wait a few years before delving into such advanced topics," she said. "But in your case, I suspect you're ready for this discussion. So what exactly is troubling you?" Blake hesitated, realizing that Professor McGonagall might have misunderstood his intentions. He wasn't seeking to learn the secrets of becoming an animagus directly from her, but was curious about a specific aspect of the transformation. "Well, Professor, I was wondering, if an animagus faints, do they automatically revert to their human form?" The question seemed to catch Professor McGonagall off guard. "Why do you ask?" she inquired, a hint of suspicion in her voice. "Just curious," Blake replied, maintaining an air of innocence. Professor McGonagall took a moment before responding. "The answer is no. The transformation requires a clear and conscious will, whether it's from human to animal or vice versa. If an animagus loses consciousness, they cannot transform back into a human. Attempting to transform without full control can lead to dire consequences, where the human mind might be overwhelmed by the animal instincts." Blake's interest was piqued. "Does that mean a separate beast soul is created during the transformation?" This was a perspective Professor McGonagall hadn't considered. "Well, it's not entirely clear," she admitted. "But it's true that during the initial transformation, a wizard might feel as though another presence has emerged within them. It's crucial to remain calm and not let this animalistic nature take over." Blake pondered this information, comparing it to his own druidic transformations, which were inherently different from animagus transformations. He realized that even in unconsciousness, his druid form would revert back to human, unlike an animagus. This revelation led him to think about Peter Pettigrew's long concealment and Nagini's condition, wondering if awakening Nagini's human consciousness could potentially reverse her transformation. "If only there was an animagus willing to experiment with me," Blake thought, imagining the possibilities of exploring the soul's state post-transformation. His gaze shifted back to Professor McGonagall, quickly dismissing any reckless ideas. "Or perhaps I should consult Dumbledore," he considered, knowing that a request from Dumbledore might encourage cooperation. Lost in thought, Blake barely noticed Professor McGonagall's offer to lend him her animagus notes. This gesture pulled him back from his reverie, reminding him of the immediate opportunity to deepen his understanding of animagi. Grateful for her support, Blake nodded, eager to explore the complexities of transfiguration further. "During my studies on becoming an animagus, I meticulously documented my experiences and emotions. Of course, if you're still finding it difficult to grasp, you're welcome to ask me for clarification. Alternatively, you could seek advice from your peers," Professor McGonagall suggested. "Peers? Who might that be?" Blake inquired with curiosity. Professor McGonagall glanced towards Blake's companion. "If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Akinbad transferred here from Ouagadougou, correct?" she asked. It's well known that students from there often master a unique form of bodily transformation. To be more precise, it's akin to the animagus transformation, but it's cultivated through their distinct methodology. Mr. Achenbad, are you familiar with this type of transformation? She inquired. Bob responded, Yes, Professor. I learned it at the age of 8 with my father's guidance. Blake, who had been lost in thought, suddenly realized that Bob, his tall and imposing friend, had remained by his side. Wait, you mean you can transform into an animagus too? He asked, surprised. Bob nodded affirmatively. Could we, perhaps, see it? Blake asked, his eyes filled with anticipation. Professor McGonagall also showed a keen interest. She had only ever heard about the unique transformation techniques from Africa, but had never witnessed them firsthand. Sure, Bob agreed without hesitation. He took a couple of steps back, carefully moving the desks to clear a large space for himself. I'm ready, he announced. As everyone watched, Bob crouched slightly. In the blink of an eye, his form shifted dramatically. The tall figure they knew as Bob transformed into a massive black bear right before their eyes. This transformation left Blake and Professor McGonagall in awe. The technique Bob had demonstrated was not only a testament to the diverse magical practices around the world, but also a vivid reminder of the wonders that magic could unveil. Chapter 149, Dilemma, Dumbledore's Discovery of Classmate Experiments. On the arm of the transformed big black bear, patterns reminiscent of Bob's watch were visible. Blake considered this transformation akin to that of an animagus. Okay, Bob, change back, Blake instructed. Bob complied, reverting to his human form. Blake turned to Professor McGonagall, who expressed her admiration. Mr. Achenbad, your transformation is remarkable. It confirms my earlier hypothesis that your method of human transformation is indeed akin to an animagus transformation, albeit seemingly with much lower learning requirements. Is it possible to share your training method with others? Bob, scratching his head, replied innocently, If Blake wants to learn, I'm happy to teach him. Blake, moved by Bob's willingness, affectionately said, Good brother, from now on, you'll be known as Jiang-er. After discovering Bob's unique animagus ability, Blake realized he no longer needed Professor McGonagall's assistance for his experiments. Overcome with excitement, he skipped his afternoon potions class and, using a dimension gate, took Bob directly to the Room of Requirement. Bob was astounded by the Room of Requirement, not only because of Blake's teleportation magic, but also because the room resembled his homeland. Nagini, Blake called, summoning the large snake. Bob, unfazed by Nagini's size due to his encounters with larger snakes in Africa, agreed without hesitation to participate in Blake's experiment. Blake felt a pang of guilt for treating a friend as an experimental subject, but knew he owed Bob an explanation. After explaining Nagini's cursed background and his hypothesis, Blake outlined the experimental procedure. Bob, shocked by the curse's severity, suggested conducting 2 sets of experiments to determine the truth about Nagini's consciousness. Touched by Bob's willingness and insight, Blake agreed, and they proceeded with the experiments. First, they observed Bob's soul in his waking state after transforming into a bear. Blake was surprised to find that Bob's soul also took the form of a black bear, with no human soul present within the bear's body. Is my hypothesis incorrect? Blake wondered aloud. Bob, observing his own bear body, described the experience as strange, likening it to a disconnection from his physical sensations. This chapter of their adventure not only deepens the bond between Blake and Bob, but also opens up new avenues of understanding regarding magical transformations and the essence of one's soul. Their experiments in the Room of Requirement mark a significant step forward in unraveling the mysteries surrounding Nagini's curse, setting the stage for further discoveries and challenges. The soul, in Bob's bear form, struggled to recall the name of the book that claimed the soul had weight. Meanwhile, Blake noticed something peculiar, a small white light shining on the head of Bob's bear soul, which seemed to flash only when Bob was deep in thought. This observation intrigued Blake, who had always known about the existence of the white light, but had never connected it to the process of thinking. Blake then initiated the transformation back, and Bob returned to his human form. It's an amazing feeling, being in that state. I don't feel tired at all, Bob remarked, clearly awed by the experience. Blake shared that he often used this state for studying, which only deepened Bob's admiration. "I think I've discovered something, Bob," Blake said, sensing a breakthrough. Concerned, Bob asked if Blake was okay, to which Blake nodded before turning Bob into a bear once more. This time, Blake fed Bob a cake laced with a sleeping potion, and soon after, Bob lay down and fell into a deep sleep. Blake noted, as Professor McGonagall had mentioned, that an animagus could maintain their animal form even in sleep. Gently tapping Bob's forehead, Blake watched as Bob's soul emerged again, this time with noticeable differences. The flashing light was gone, and alongside Bob's bear soul, his humanoid soul appeared, curled up within the bear soul, reminiscent of Nagini's condition. However, unlike Nagini, whose beast spirit was dormant, Bob's bear soul was awake. After documenting his observations and comparing them to Nagini's soul, Blake awaited Bob's awakening. When Bob finally stirred and looked over Blake's shoulder, he saw the words "soul split" scribbled in the notebook. "The situation is more complex than I hoped," Blake admitted when Bob inquired about their progress. He explained that Nagini's condition was akin to that of an animagus, but with a crucial difference, the presence of a blood curse. Awakening Nagini's consciousness might not be a lasting solution due to the curse's overpowering nature. Understanding dawned on Bob. "So, we need to separate her animal soul from her human side?" he asked. Blake confirmed, but stressed the complexity of splitting a soul. He mentioned the dark method used to create Horcruxes, which involved murder and resulted in uncontrollable and random splitting of the soul. This method was not only morally reprehensible, but also impractical for their purpose. "Perhaps we should seek Professor Dumbledore's assistance," Blake suggested, hoping Dumbledore's wisdom could provide a safer and more precise way to split the soul. This was especially relevant considering Harry Potter's unique situation as an unintended Horcrux harboring a piece of Voldemort's soul. Addressing the soul-splitting issue was crucial if they wished to defeat Voldemort without harming Harry. Just then, the door to the room of requirement opened, and Hermione entered, drawn by the long-range implications of their discussion. The attack plants previously occupying the room of requirement had been cleared away by Blake, making it accessible for Hermione and Cassandra once again. "Blake, you're here!" Hermione exclaimed as she entered, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of Bob, the imposing figure whose presence was unexpected. "What's up?" Blake inquired, his curiosity piqued. "You missed Snape's potions class," Hermione declared, her tone laced with disbelief. Despite Snape's recent failure, his intimidating reputation persisted, making the idea of skipping his class unthinkable. Even the Weasley twins hadn't dared such a feat. "I've heard he's been rather irritable lately," Blake sighed, then casually asked. "So, how many points did Harry lose this time?" Hermione stared at Blake, astonished. 50. "But how did you know Harry had points deducted by Snape?" Blake offered a rueful smile and silently mourned Harry Potter for a moment, who had once again become Snape's scapegoat due to Blake's actions. "Snape has always been particularly harsh on Harry, and since your potions class follows ours this week, he took his frustration out on Harry, who was conveniently there." Hermione's realization dawned slowly. "That's unfair. Why should Gryffindor lose points because you skipped class?" Blake smirked. "Indeed, it's quite absurd. Unless Harry was in Slytherin, or," Blake mused, trailing off. Hermione shuddered at the thought of Snape favoring Harry under different circumstances. Their discussion was interrupted as Cassandra entered the room of requirement. "Skipping Snape's class, are we?" she remarked. Blake shrugged off her comment. "Hermione just filled me in on Snape's temper, so no need to repeat it." Cassandra, mimicking Snape's tone, relayed his message. "Blake Green and his new servant for truancy. Everyone, 50 points deducted." Blake couldn't help but laugh. "You might want to stop imitating him. It's not a good look." Cassandra, momentarily taken aback, quickly dropped the impersonation. "He also demands a 3-foot-long written apology from each of you." 3 feet? That's excessive, Blake commented, turning to Bob. "Did you write yours?" Bob simply shook his head. "Neither will I," Blake declared, unfazed by the threat of further point deductions. "Even if he deducts 200 more points, Slytherin won't come close to Hufflepuff's current score. Besides, I can easily earn back an act I lost points." Cassandra and Hermione were momentarily speechless. pondering the absurdity of a professor wielding points so capriciously. "He also threatened to confine you," Cassandra added. Blake laughed it off. "I haven't even finished my last detention. He'll have to wait his turn. Besides, spending a few more days locked up might actually benefit my research on ancient runes with Professor Babbling." Cassandra looked concerned. "Aren't you worried about being confined by him specifically?" Blake's confidence was unshaken. "Unless he's prepared to deal with my antics, I'm not concerned." Indeed, Snape was wary of provoking Blake further, knowing well the frustration it would bring him. Consequently, Blake never submitted the written apology, and Snape, begrudgingly, had no choice but to let the matter slide without enforcing the detention. 2 days later, Blake and Bob sought out Dumbledore to share Blake's theories and experiments regarding Nagini and the concept of soul-splitting. Dumbledore listened intently, setting Blake's notebook aside after hearing his explanations. Blake looked at his interrogator with a serious expression. "So, you experimented on your classmates?" The question hung in the air, heavy with accusation. Feeling a sudden sense of foreboding, Blake could almost visualize the word danger flashing ominously on his forehead. He realized the gravity of his situation and the need for a careful response. It was more of an exploration than an experiment, he hastily clarified, hoping to mitigate the severity of his actions. Chapter 150, Dumbledore's Dilemma. "Yes, Professor," Blake responded earnestly. "I did indeed experiment with Bob's soul. There was no point in denying it. Honesty seemed the best approach, especially after having sought Bob's consent to begin this experiment." To Blake, the process of extracting the soul was as mundane as any daily routine, posing no danger. He frequently ventured into such experiments with his own soul, treating it with the casualness one might afford to eating or drinking. This nonchalance, however, led him to overlook a crucial detail: Dumbledore's unfamiliarity with such magic and his sensitivity towards experiments involving humans. Dumbledore's past experiences, particularly those involving Grindelwald's harmful experiments on fellow students, had left a deep impression. Such actions had once led to Grindelwald's expulsion from Durmstrang, a place otherwise lenient towards dark magic. Knowing Blake's background and fearing he might stray from the path, Dumbledore was already on edge at the mention of the word experiment. The revelation that Blake had used a classmate for such purposes, seemingly without remorse, only heightened his concerns. "You've disappointed me, Blake," Dumbledore said, his voice heavy with sorrow. "To use your classmates as subjects for experiments, and then to not even recognize your error." Blake, taken aback, protested. "My mistake. I don't see any wrongdoing on my part, Professor. It was a simple, harmless experiment." Dumbledore replied gravely, "Magic experiments are fraught with uncertainties. What if there had been danger? How would you have taken responsibility for endangering your classmate's life?" "I thought you would be more cautious, more aware of the unpredictable nature of magical experiments," Dumbledore continued. Blake sighed. "It's precisely because I understand the risks that I don't undertake my experiments lightly. I assure you, the magic involved in separating the soul from the body is harmless, unless one has malicious intent." "Your subject was a person," Dumbledore countered. "Even if the risk is 1 in 10,000, it's a risk you shouldn't take." Blake challenged. "Do you truly believe that, Professor? Isn't that an overly cautious, even unrealistic, stance to take?" "It's a life, Blake," Dumbledore emphasized. Blake retorted, "By that logic, your daily consumption of sweets far exceeds what's advisable for someone of your age. Despite being a wizard in good health, capable of curing ailments like diabetes with potions, an unhealthy diet could still lead to sudden death. Though the likelihood is slim, shouldn't you then abstain from sweets, since it involves a life, your own?" Dumbledore's expression darkened. "You're making excuses, Blake." "No, I'm applying your logic to illustrate a point," Blake countered, frustration evident in his tone. Dumbledore, visibly upset, proposed, "Fine, if I give up sweets from this day forward, will you then acknowledge your mistake?" Blake stared at the determined old man in disbelief. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely," Dumbledore affirmed, though the twitch of his lips betrayed the difficulty of his vow. "Is this really necessary? All this over a hypothetical risk that doesn't exist?" Blake asked, still incredulous. "Yes," Dumbledore insisted. "No experiment is without risk. If there's a risk, it shouldn't be conducted on humans. I think you're being overly cautious, Professor, Blake finally said, a calm returning to his voice. Overly cautious. Perhaps, Dumbledore conceded, his anger subsiding. My concern is for the safety of your classmates. Fearing an experiment gone wrong could lead to harm, but I acknowledge the likelihood is less than that of an accident occurring while flying on a broomstick. Isn't it? Someone remarked, recalling a past event. Didn't Chu Zhang almost get thrown to death in the last competition? Should Quidditch also be banned then? Dumbledore fell silent at the question. Bob had been observing the argument between the two men, waiting for an opportunity to speak. Finally, a moment of silence presented itself. Principal, I participated in the experiment voluntarily. In fact, the experiment plan was my idea, Bob began, his voice steady and sincere. When I learned about what happened to the girl named Nagini, I genuinely wanted to help, and importantly, I didn't suffer any harm from the experiment at all. So, it's unfair to punish or blame Blake for something that didn't occur, Bob continued, his logic clear and compelling. Not even the Ministry of Magic can arrest a wizard for merely possessing a wand capable of casting dark magic, because the act hasn't happened. How can you predict whether a wizard's wand will be used for saving lives or taking them? Bob's words seemed to resonate with both Dumbledore and Blake, bringing a moment of reflection. Blake looked at Bob with gratitude, recognizing the depth of thought behind his simple appearance. After hearing Bob's argument, Dumbledore realized his overreaction. He had been too quick to draw parallels between Blake's experiments and Grindelwald's dark pursuits, ignoring the fundamental difference in their intentions. Blake's experiments were aimed at saving lives, whereas Grindelwald's were for the advancement of dark magic. One was altruistic, the other selfish. They were not the same. Blake, feeling misunderstood and dejected, expressed his sadness. I know, Professor. You've never truly trusted me. How could you trust a monster from a laboratory? I was foolish to think that by excelling, I'd be seen as human in your eyes. It doesn't matter now, Professor. You can dismiss me, send me back, or even suggest Azkaban for me, Blake said, his voice heavy with resignation. But remember, my wand won't be easy to confiscate. It's made of metal. I'll await your decision, whether it's returning me to the orphanage or imprisoning me. As Blake turned to leave, Dumbledore felt a pang of guilt. He realized his constant doubts about Blake, despite his intentions to treat him equally. Bob, moved by loyalty, declared, If Blake gets expelled, I'll leave too. Dumbledore was struck by his own failings, realizing his trust in Blake was even less than Bob's, who had known Blake for a shorter time. What have I done? Such a good child, and yet I've failed to trust him, Dumbledore lamented internally, too caught in his self-doubt to stop Blake from leaving. Blake knew his dismissal was unlikely, but he needed to express his frustration. He feared becoming another Tom, constantly under suspicion, and saw this as an opportunity to address the underlying doubts in Dumbledore's mind. Dumbledore's concern weighed heavily on his heart. After Blake emerged from the office, he turned to Bob with a serious expression. Bob, if you decide to leave school, I wouldn't know how to face your father. Besides, haven't you always dreamed of studying in Europe? Don't abandon your dreams on my account. Bob shook his head, his disappointment evident. This isn't what I expected, Blake. If they dismiss you over an incident that never occurred, then this school isn't the place I once held in high esteem. Blake was about to respond when Baker suddenly materialized before him. With a swift motion, he presented Blake with a brand new book. Master Blake, please ensure you're alone when you open this, Baker advised, casting a quick glance at Bob before vanishing. Holding the book, Blake felt a surge of curiosity. Given Baker's involvement, it undoubtedly related to Grindelwald. Bob, sensing the moment's gravity, excused himself. I'll head back to the dormitory. DeBow needs a bit of a push to exercise, he said, leaving swiftly. Once alone, Blake ventured into the room of requirement and cautiously opened the book. It was an oddity, a thick volume that only allowed access to a single page. The rest were fused together, indistinguishable from one another. On the solitary accessible page was a portrait of a gaunt, elderly man with unkempt gray hair and one clouded white eye. You're Grindelwald? Blake inquired, his voice steady. Gee. Grindelwald, depicted in the portrait, responded with unexpected warmth. You should call me Father, Blake. Technically, this is our first meeting. Blake's reply was icy. No, I wouldn't call anyone father, especially not you, Grindelwald. Undeterred by Blake's coldness, Grindelwald chuckled. Upset about Dumbledore's words, are you? There's no need. He's always been a bit eccentric, and now, apparently, old and stubborn too. Blake's gaze hardened. Have you been spying on me? I left Dumbledore's office less than 5 minutes ago. Grindelwald's amusement was clear. Often, I don't need to actively spy to learn what I wish. Let me guess, a house elf informed you, or perhaps my eyes in the headmaster's portraits? Smart, Blake, Grindelwald praised, his tone light. Really? Smart? Do you and Dumbledore see me as nothing more than a thing? Blake's frustration was palpable. One views me as a potential monster, and you? A mere pawn. Grindelwald fell silent, contemplating Blake's mistrust. That old fool Dumbledore. He doesn't understand how he's hurt you. I don't see you as a tool or a monster. You are, to me, a continuation of my ideals. And how is that any different? Blake challenged. It is different, Grindelwald insisted earnestly. I have no desire to control your thoughts or actions. I merely wish to share my vision with you as you grow. Whether you choose to embrace my ideals or live as an ordinary adventurer, I will respect your decision. Decades in prison have tempered my urgency to change the world. Blake remained skeptical of Grindelwald's intentions, aware that trust was not easily granted. So, do you plan to leave Hogwarts? Grindelwald inquired. If Dumbledore expels me, I have no choice but to leave, Blake admitted. And if you're not expelled, would you consider leaving on your own? Grindelwald suggested Durmstrang as a better fit, away from Dumbledore's constant surveillance and with fewer academic restrictions. Blake was quick to dismiss the idea. I have no interest in Durmstrang. Why ever not? Grindelwald asked, intrigued. It's far too cold there, Blake stated simply, leaving Grindelwald to grin at the unexpected yet earnest response. And you'd prefer to remain under Dumbledore's watchful eye? Grindelwald mused, recognizing the complexity of Blake's situation. I don't want to leave, but as long as I steer clear of illegal and criminal activities, I should be fine, right? He can't falsely accuse me, can he? Blake was hesitant to leave Hogwarts. Winning the girl's affection had been no small feat. However, Grindelwald seemed to have misunderstood, chuckling, Ha! I knew it. You can't bear to leave behind the foundation you've built at Hogwarts, can you? I knew your interest in joining the dueling club wasn't simple, Grindelwald added, misinterpreting Blake's intentions. How did expressing interest in a club translate to having ulterior motives? Blake wondered, feeling misunderstood and weary from trying to explain himself. Yet his exasperated expression only seemed to confirm Grindelwald's assumptions. Grindelwald's mood lightened as he proposed. If, and I'm just speculating here. What are you suggesting? Blake asked, puzzled. If I were to establish a magic school, would you consider joining me? Grindelwald inquired, a smile playing on his lips. You, starting a school? Blake was incredulous. But aren't you still imprisoned? Grindelwald laughed heartily. Ah, you see, Nurmengard's original purpose wasn't to serve as a prison. You're planning to escape? Blake couldn't hide his astonishment. You underestimate me, Blake. I don't need to escape. With a bit of thought, it would only take a month to transform Nurmengard into a legal and fully compliant magic academy, and I would be its legitimate headmaster, Grindelwald declared with a confidence that bordered on madness. I think you've lost your mind, Blake couldn't help but conclude. Chapter 151, Grindelwald's Unconventional Strategy. Blake was incredulous at Grindelwald's audacity. The idea of Grindelwald establishing a school seemed ludicrous to him. Even if it were built with all the necessary legalities in place, Blake couldn't help but think it was a fool's errand. He was under no illusion that Grindelwald's enemies had all vanished. The notion that the school could be targeted and destroyed with a single fierce fire curse was not lost on him. Moreover, Blake's dismissal and the confiscation of his wand did little to dampen his spirits. To him, the Ministry of Magic's decrees were as inconsequential as a puff of air. He didn't need a magic school to thrive. Like Newt Scamander before him, Blake could easily traverse the globe, his expertise in certain magical disciplines more than qualifying him to teach. Yet, his reluctance to leave was rooted in his connections to his friends, not a lack of freedom. Joining a school founded by Grindelwald, however, would cast him as an adversary to the entire world. Why would he engage in such a thankless endeavor? I refuse, Blake stated firmly. I'd rather go hunting with Hagrid than embark on such a venture. That's unfortunate, Grindelwald responded with a hint of regret. But your refusal doesn't change the fact that the Nurmengard Academy of Magic will soon be a reality. Whether they consent or not, I am determined to build it, ensuring it complies with all legal requirements. Should anyone have objections, they know where to find me. Blake was taken aback by Grindelwald's confidence and his insistence on legality. It dawned on him that Grindelwald intended to wield the law as his weapon. The adage came to mind, fear not the hooligans skilled in martial arts, but those who can manipulate the law to their advantage. Curiosity piqued, Blake inquired, why are you so intent on starting a school? If you're as free as you claim and lack ambition, why not seek a peaceful retirement instead of pursuing such a thankless task? A smile played on Grindelwald's lips. You're concerned about me, Blake, he teased. Blake was at a loss for words. Grindelwald continued, in my position you'd understand. There are obligations that come with power, driven not by personal desire, but by the expectations of those around you. They've rallied to my side once more, seeking to benefit from my influence. Blake interjected. So, you're opening this school as a diversion? Grindelwald's smile widened, and he gave Blake a thumbs up. Exactly. I aim to show them that times have changed. Our past failures have taught us that if we wish to succeed, we must first present our ideas in a lawful and reasonable manner. Education is the most effective way to disseminate our beliefs, and a school under our control is the ideal platform. He elaborated on his strategy, explaining how the school would occupy his followers' attention and resources, preventing them from pressuring him into unwanted actions. All I need to do is maintain a facade of confidence and assure them that everything is proceeding according to plan. Blake sighed, impressed despite himself. Whether or not I believe your intentions, you certainly have a knack for strategy. After closing the book, Blake pocketed the newsletter. He hadn't anticipated Grindelwald's unconventional approach to his predicament. Blake couldn't help but ponder the timing of his conflict with Dumbledore. It seemed almost too convenient that as soon as there was a disagreement, an opportunity arose to poach him away. With the introduction of the communication book, the old handwritten notebook became obsolete. Blake speculated whether the glued pages might contain portraits of other Voodoo members, but he had no desire to delve into them. As he stepped out of the room of requirement, intending to return to his dormitory, the system prompt sounded, detecting emotions of extreme regret, guilt, and grief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a diamond treasure chest. Blake's gaze shifted towards Dumbledore's office, intuitively knowing these emotions belonged to Dumbledore. Despite this, Blake continued towards the dormitory, only to halt after a few steps. Dumbledore, seated in his office, was visibly troubled, overwhelmed by regret and a desire to apologize, yet unsure how to approach the matter with Blake. Suddenly, a burst of sparks transported Dumbledore from his office to a beach, a stark contrast to the confines of Hogwarts. On the beach, Blake sat on a rock, quietly observing the horned camels that roamed the area. This is where the Forbidden Forest ends, Blake explained to the astonished Dumbledore. The first time I came here, I was amazed to find the ocean at the forest's edge. But the best part about this place is its privacy. Certain individuals can't eavesdrop on our conversation here. Dumbledore, after a moment of silence, expressed his apologies to Blake, admitting his lack of trust was not about Blake's origins, but rather his lineage. It's because of Grindelwald's blood in your veins, isn't it? Blake asked, understandingly. Dumbledore was taken aback by Blake's insight, realizing his distrust stemmed more from his history with Grindelwald than with Blake himself. Blake's words struck Dumbledore deeply, revealing a young man capable of understanding complex emotions and motives. You're right, Dumbledore confessed, sharing his lifelong regrets and fears of repeating past mistakes with Blake, especially under Grindelwald's influence. Blake, turning to face Dumbledore, shared his own contemplations on the matter, revealing his choice to join Hufflepuff as a demonstration of his loyalty and integrity, aiming to prove his intentions to Dumbledore. This revelation brought a sigh from Dumbledore, who acknowledged his own prejudices and fears. "You don't need to apologize," Blake reassured him, expressing his understanding of the complexities of human nature shaped by chaotic times. He emphasized his desire for freedom and autonomy, warning Dumbledore against any attempts to restrain him, especially in light of Grindelwald's interest in him. Dumbledore, moved by Blake's words and resolve, promised not to hold him back, acknowledging Blake's right to choose his own path. This conversation marked a turning point in their relationship, bridging the gap created by misunderstandings and opening a new chapter of mutual respect and understanding. Dumbledore had come to a realization. Blake was a unique individual, distinct from Tom Riddle or Gellert Grindelwald. Blake was simply Blake, the adopted son of the Dumbledore family, a close friend of Newt Scamander, and the most admired student at Hogwarts. Known for his kindness and lack of malice, Blake was a true Hufflepuff at heart. A week later, the wizarding world was rocked by astonishing news. Grindelwald had been released from prison. His release was not only legal, but had been approved by a significant majority of the International Federation of Wizards, including the Magical Congress of America. Despite Dumbledore's numerous attempts to prevent this, no one could ascertain the methods Grindelwald employed to secure his freedom. Even more shocking was Grindelwald's announcement on the day of his release. He declared his intention to transform Nurmengard, his former prison, into a school. He promised to offer an education in magic unlike any other, attracting students from across the globe. Grindelwald would serve as the school's first headmaster, with Vita Rothier, his loyal follower, as the deputy headmaster. Dumbledore was deeply troubled by these developments. He tirelessly worked to counteract Grindelwald's plans, but to no avail. Grindelwald's sentence reduction and subsequent activities, including the establishment of the school, were all within the legal boundaries set by the Austrian Ministry of Magic. Feeling defeated, Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts, hoping for a respite from the turmoil. However, he couldn't shake off a lingering fear, especially considering Grindelwald's previous attempt to recruit Blake. If Blake had harbored any ambitions, he might have been swayed by Grindelwald's overtures. During this period of worry, Dumbledore received a letter from Grindelwald. The letter was a mix of cordiality and provocation, with Grindelwald expressing his delight at being freed and his new role as a headmaster. He even invited Dumbledore to the opening ceremony of his school, seeking advice on teaching. Dumbledore was infuriated and puzzled by Grindelwald's intentions. He suspected Grindelwald aimed to use his position to spread his dangerous ideologies. Meanwhile, Blake was reading about the developments at Nurmengard School in the Daily Prophet. Despite several attacks on the construction site, Grindelwald and his followers did not retaliate. Instead, they allowed the attackers to cause chaos, only for the Austrian Ministry of Magic to arrest them for disturbing the peace. Some resisted arrest and were swiftly dealt with by Aurors, who made no effort to conceal their allegiance to Grindelwald, as evidenced by the Deathly Hallows symbols they wore. Blake, however, remained detached from the situation, leaving Dumbledore to fret over Grindelwald's schemes. His attention was soon drawn elsewhere when Professor Quirrell sought him out, requesting a meeting in his office. Blake was curious about the purpose of the meeting, as Quirrell had shown no previous interest in recruiting him or teaching him the dark arts. Upon arriving at Quirrell's office, Blake discovered that Quirrell's intentions were entirely different. Quirrell revealed his knowledge of Blake's friendship with Newt Scamander and expressed a need for Blake's assistance. The nature of this request remained unclear, leaving Blake intrigued and uncertain about what was to come. Chapter 152, The Ultimate Destiny of a Mage. Blake observed Quirrell's demeanor and had already formed his own suspicions. "What kind of assistance do you require?" he inquired, his tone sincere. "If it's within my power, I'll do my utmost to help." Quirrell found himself genuinely touched by Blake's sincerity. In his eyes, Blake was the most familiar student in the school, primarily because Blake had once delivered life-saving hamburgers to him during a time of dire need. Despite the questionable taste of those burgers, they had indeed saved his life, sparing him from the grim task of hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest under his master's orders. "Actually, I was hoping you could gather some information about the three-headed dog from Mr. Scamander, Quirrell ventured, his request catching Blake off guard. The directness of the question left Blake almost defenseless, yet it also made sense. After all, Quirrell was unaware that Blake knew about the three-headed dog housed on the fourth floor. This ignorance on Quirrell's part meant that Blake had no reason to be suspicious of his interest in the creature. However, Quirrell's decision to approach Blake was born out of necessity. The three-headed dog, a rare magical beast from Greece, had scant information available in the library. Moreover, Quirrell was wary of attracting Snape's attention by openly searching for information on such a specific creature. Learning of Blake's acquaintance with Newt Scamander, Quirrell saw an opportunity to obtain the information discreetly, as Scamander was likely to know about the three-headed dog without raising any suspicions. Blake, however, had no intention of letting Quirrell access this critical information so easily. The three-headed dog? I recall Mr. Scamander mentioning something about it, Blake said, piquing Quirrell's interest immediately. Really? Quirrell exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure before quickly apologizing for his overexcitement. I've been searching for information for so long without success, so I got a bit carried away. Why are you interested in the three-headed dog? Blake asked, feigning curiosity. Quirrell, reassured by Blake's question, explained his Ravenclaw-driven curiosity about the creature following a recent adventure. He expressed a desire to verify the existence and learn more about the three-headed dog, claiming that his Ravenclaw nature wouldn't let him rest otherwise. Understanding Quirrell's quest for knowledge, Blake began to share detailed information about the three-headed dog, including its place of origin and litter size. However, as Quirrell listened, he grew increasingly frustrated. Blake meticulously avoided discussing the creature's weaknesses, skillfully diverting the conversation to other aspects each time he neared the topic. This evasion left Quirrell feeling more tormented than if he were being tickled through a boot. Eventually, unable to contain his impatience any longer, Quirrell directly asked, "What should we do if we encounter a three-headed dog?" Leaning forward, he awaited Blake's response with eager anticipation. Blake, maintaining a straight face, advised, "If you meet a three-headed dog, run." Quirrell was left dumbfounded, his question answered, yet his curiosity far from satisfied. Quirrell nearly toppled off his chair, caught completely off guard. "Professor, what's the matter with you?" "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit of a slip hem. Have you ever encountered a three-headed dog?" Blake asked, seemingly nonchalant. "I can't keep facing such creatures over and over. Of course, my only option would be to run," Blake stated matter-of-factly. "And what if escape is not an option? Are you just going to wait for death? Is there truly no other way?" Quirrell inquired, a hint of despair in his voice. If he couldn't get past the three-headed dog known as Fluffy, then completing his task would be impossible. "Well, it's not exactly like that," Blake began, piquing Quirrell's interest once more, who eagerly leaned in. "It's like this. Every three-headed dog has its own unique weakness. For some, dancing in front of them might scare them off. For others, presenting specific herbs could allow for an escape. And for some, you might have to sing them a lullaby. The thing is, each Cerberus has its own vulnerability, and there's no surefire way to know," Blake explained. "So, if you encounter a three-headed dog and can't escape, you're essentially gambling with your life. If you're lucky, you'll survive. If you're unlucky and choose incorrectly, it won't hesitate to pounce and devour you alive. Therefore, if you ever meet a three-headed dog, your best bet is to run as far as possible." Of course, Blake was fabricating. The only known weakness of the three-headed dog was music, which would put it to sleep. However, Quirrell was unaware of this fact. Upon hearing Blake's explanation, he groaned in despair, realizing the multitude of possibilities could lead to a sudden death. How could he possibly get past the three-headed dog? Was he really prepared to gamble with his life? However, if the three-headed dog is domesticated, then its owner would surely know its weaknesses, Blake added, seeing a glimmer of hope return to Quirrell's eyes. Indeed, a wild three-headed dog would be a gamble, but Hagrid's pet would be a different story. Hagrid must know its weakness. But then again, Hagrid wouldn't just divulge such information about the three-headed dog. Noticing Quirrell's distressed expression, Blake rolled his eyes. Actually, Hagrid is quite knowledgeable about magical creatures. You might want to ask him for more detailed information. He knows far more than I do. After all, he's always had a fondness for particularly fierce magical beasts. He's even told me about his childhood dream of raising a dragon, Blake continued, observing Quirrell's thoughtful expression. Blake's words had clearly made an impact. Though Blake already possessed a transformed black dragon, he believed the more, the merrier when it came to creatures like dragons. Despite the dragons in this world being relatively weak and frequently hunted, Blake was confident that, given the chance to evolve, they could become truly magical. Would dragon eggs end up in Hagrid's care? And what would be the difference between Hagrid's dragons and his own? Surely, as a fellow enthusiast of magical beasts, Hagrid wouldn't keep such treasures hidden. When the time came, they would tame the dragon right from its hatching. Blake was almost certain Hagrid would be grateful. Meanwhile, Bob was struggling with his charms class. Accustomed to casting spells without a wand, he found it challenging to meet Professor Flitwick's standards, especially since the spells in Africa differed from those in their current location. "The wand is utterly useless," Bob declared, tossing his wand aside in frustration. "Who says that?" Blake objected, slamming his large wand onto the table. "Wand's useless. Do you have any idea how many people I've knocked out with this wand?" Bob's eyes widened in realization. "So, the wand is for knocking?" "Of course," Blake exclaimed. "Melee combat is the ultimate destiny of a mage." Picking up his wand, Bob wondered, "Then, can I return this to Mr. Ollivander?" "Well, that's not necessary. What you need is to armor your wand," Blake suggested, opening Bob's mind to a whole new perspective on magic and combat. "Armor for wands. What a brilliant concept," Bob exclaimed with palpable excitement. He was utterly fascinated by Blake's innovative approach to combining melee combat with magic. Imagine, if you're caught without a wand for casting spells, you could simply engage in close combat. Wouldn't that make you invincible? As they delved deeper into the discussion, they considered various designs for the wand armor. Perhaps wrapping a layer of metal around it would suffice. But what form should it take? A hammerhead could be effective, Bob suggested, his imagination running wild. Or maybe sharpen it into a spearhead. And let's not forget to add grooves for blue, sledding. Their animated conversation, however, was proving to be a distraction for Cassandra, who was trying to read nearby. "Are you two designing a wand or a weapon of murder?" she asked, clearly annoyed. "Is there really a difference?" Blake responded, his tone earnest. He explained that a wand, in the hands of a wizard, is as potent as a firearm in the hands of a muggle. The only difference is that wands aren't solely for attacking. They serve various daily functions. Enhancing a wand's combat capabilities doesn't hinder its normal use. Cassandra, unconvinced, argued, "But we don't usually engage in combat." Blake paused, considering her point. "You're right. It would be quite conspicuous in everyday situations." Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began gathering various materials, grateful for the privacy of their secret base beneath the school. If they were in the library, Mrs. Pince would surely have expelled them for the commotion. Cassandra, curiosity piqued, abandoned her book to watch Blake's work. "What are you doing?" Bob inquired, but Blake was too absorbed in his task to respond. "He's practicing alchemy," Cassandra exclaimed, her eyes locked on Blake's swift movements. Despite her efforts to surpass Blake academically, she found herself lagging behind in alchemy, a subject not officially taught at their school. Yet, the allure of alchemy had captivated her, and she watched Blake's work with keen interest. Blake's hands moved with astonishing speed, shaping metal with spells before Cassandra could even identify the material. Bob watched in awe, completely out of his depth. In mere minutes, Blake had fashioned a sleek, metallic wand handle. He took Bob's wand, replaced its original handle with the new one, and handed it back. "Try it," he urged. Bob was impressed by the comfortable grip, though he couldn't help feeling that it resembled a weapon more than a wand. Sensing his thoughts, Blake instructed, "Press the button on the handle." Curious, Bob complied, and with a series of clicks, metal encased his wand, culminating in a small hammerhead at the tip. Waving his newly transformed wand, Bob was amazed by its perfect balance. Cassandra, despite her initial skepticism, couldn't help but admire Blake's mastery of alchemy. The transformation of the wand, from concept to finished product, had taken only 5 minutes, without a single error, and without the need for preliminary sketches. Such skill would be commendable in seasoned alchemy masters, but Blake had achieved it after only a few months in the wizarding world. Cassandra has always prided herself on her magical prowess, never feeling overshadowed by anyone, not even Hermione, Hogwarts' renowned top student. To her, Hermione's academic excellence was admirable, yet it never truly intimidated her. However, Blake was a different story altogether. His mastery of alchemy was not just impressive, it was overwhelming. In his presence, Cassandra's usual confidence waned, replaced by a sense of awe and a desire to learn from him. "Would you be willing to teach me alchemy?" Cassandra inquired, her voice tinged with a mix of hope and humility. "Of course," Blake responded enthusiastically. "Bob, why don't you go over there and play with your new hammer?" "Cassandra, come here, take a seat," he continued, gesturing towards his workbench as he stood up to make room for her. "First, show me one of your best alchemy creations. I'd like to gauge your skill level," Blake instructed, his tone serious yet encouraging. Realizing Blake's genuine interest in helping her, Cassandra's initial apprehension gave way to excitement. She was determined not to let this opportunity slip through her fingers, recalling a previous occasion when Blake had eluded her request for flying lessons. Eager to impress, Cassandra settled at the workbench and commenced her alchemy with a focus born of a desire to showcase her talent. She decided to craft an alchemy bracelet, a seemingly simple accessory that kept the wearer's body free from dust. Despite its simplicity, the bracelet was a staple project for alchemy beginners, and Cassandra was keen to perfect it. Blake observed quietly from behind, allowing Cassandra the space to work while remaining close enough to offer guidance. As Cassandra became engrossed in her task, her determination to avoid any mistakes was palpable. Suddenly, Blake intervened, gently grasping her hand to correct a misstep. "Soak it in cold water for 20 seconds before quenching," he advised calmly. Cassandra, taken aback by the unexpected contact, blushed but quickly adjusted her technique according to Blake's instruction. From that point on, whenever Cassandra faltered, Blake would preemptively guide her hand, believing that immediate action was more effective than verbal correction in the delicate art of alchemy. This hands-on approach, however, seemed to have an unintended effect on Cassandra, as her mistakes became more frequent. Amidst this intimate tutoring session, the secret door to the room swung open, revealing Hermione. The sight that greeted her, Blake holding Cassandra's hand, both of them engrossed in a seemingly private moment, prompted a surge of anger. "What are you doing?" Hermione demanded, her voice laced with indignation. The scene, ripe with misunderstanding, was a testament to the complexities of learning, mentorship, and the unexpected dynamics that can arise in the pursuit of knowledge. Chapter 153, A Dragon's Birth and Hidden Agendas. Cassandra caught sight of Hermione and slowly straightened up, a smug smile playing on her lips. Of course, we are." "I'm teaching Cassandra alchemy," Blake interjected before she could continue. "But she's been making too many mistakes. If she doesn't correct them soon, she won't learn anything." Blake's gaze was piercing as he spoke, leaving no room for doubt. Cassandra shot Blake a resentful look. "Can't you just let me have my moment before exposing me?" she thought, frustrated. Hermione, meanwhile, glared at Cassandra, clearly unimpressed, then turned her attention to Blake, handing him a note. "Hagrid asked me to give this to you. He's been looking for you everywhere, but couldn't find you. He guessed you'd be either in the room of requirement or here." Blake reluctantly released Cassandra's hand to take the note from Hermione, who was visibly grinding her teeth in annoyance. Upon reading the note, Blake's face lit up with excitement. The dragon egg was about to hatch. Blake had previously hinted to Quirrell that a dragon egg could be used as bait. This led Quirrell to extract the secret of how to bypass the three-headed dog, Fluffy, from an inebriated Hagrid. Overjoyed at acquiring a dragon egg, Hagrid immediately informed his friend Blake of the news. With Blake's involvement, Hagrid didn't need to scour the library for information on dragon care. "What did Hagrid want?" Cassandra inquired, curiosity piqued. "The dragon is about to hatch," Blake revealed. Cassandra, having ventured into the forbidden forest with Blake, was quick to grasp the implications. "Hagrid isn't planning to raise a dragon in his cabin, is he?" she asked, a mix of astonishment and concern in her voice. "Cassandra, you're such a clever girl," Blake teased, only to be interrupted by her realization. "Wait, it's illegal to keep a dragon." Blake responded with a nonchalant "oh," which made Cassandra recall the various plants he cultivated in the Room of Requirement. Given the illegal nature of those plants, keeping forbidden magical creatures didn't seem far-fetched. "Okay, I just realized." Cassandra sighed, resigning herself to the situation. Hermione, overhearing their conversation, was incredulous. "You mean Hagrid hatched a dragon egg? My God, has he forgotten his house is made of wood? Isn't he worried it will catch fire?" Blake reassured her with a smile. "Don't worry, I've taken precautions at Hagrid's cabin. With me around, Hagrid won't face the same problems as in the original story. Let's go. Don't you want to witness the hatching of a dragon?" Blake's invitation was met with silent agreement from the group. Despite the illegality, the allure of witnessing a dragon's birth was irresistible. Arriving at Hagrid's door with Hermione, Cassandra, and a tall, imposing figure, they found Hagrid overjoyed yet cautious due to the legal implications of raising a dragon. Unbeknownst to him, Blake had orchestrated the acquisition of the dragon egg. Inside, the room was sweltering, prepared for the hatching. Blake had enchanted the walls and ceiling with fire-resistant magic to prevent any accidental fires, though Hagrid's beard remained at risk. Gathered around the dragon egg, a Norwegian ridgeback, Blake pondered if it was the same one from the original story. Regardless, the focus was on the hatching process, with Hagrid tending to the egg on the fire, mimicking a dragon mother's care. This isn't just about warming the egg, it's about replicating the nurturing heat a dragon mother provides, Hagrid explained, sharing his knowledge of dragon rearing with the group. Their anticipation for the hatching moment growing. Raising dragons is no small feat. Suddenly, the door was knocked on again. Hagrid cautiously opened it just a crack, peeking outside before letting the visitors in. It was Harry and Ron. Given Harry's close friendship with Hagrid, it seemed inevitable that he would learn about the dragon. Hagrid, known for his inability to keep secrets, especially for Harry, didn't attempt to hide the truth from Blake either. Suddenly, a series of soft noises emanated from the fireplace. "Ha! It's happening again? I think the little one is about to hatch," Hagrid exclaimed, donning thick gloves to carefully remove the scorching dragon egg from the fire and place it on the table. "Everyone, step back," he warned. "Norwegian ridgebacks are known to breathe fire upon birth." Blake echoed the caution, urging everyone to maintain a safe distance. Crack! Crack! The sound of the eggshell splitting broke the tense silence. Everyone watched in awe as the dragon egg on the table began to show deeper and more pronounced cracks, with something inside wriggling incessantly. Accompanied by a peculiar clicking noise, the eggshell finally gave way with a harsh scraping sound, revealing a baby dragon, which clumsily made its way out. The newborn dragon, though initially appearing somewhat unattractive like a crumpled black umbrella, was fascinating in its own right. Its disproportionately large, prickly wings contrasted against its dark body. A prominent, oversized nose adorned its face, with white nostrils flaring. Horn-like bumps on its head, not yet fully developed, and its bulging orange-red eyes added to its peculiar appearance. The dragon, curious about its surroundings, let out a sneeze, sending sparks flying from its nostrils, a clear indication of its fire-breathing capability. "What a beautiful creature, isn't it?" Hagrid remarked, looking at the dragon with adoration. He reached out to stroke the dragon's head, only to be bitten. Fortunately, the dragon's fangs were no match for Hagrid's tough skin. "Oh my, it recognizes its mother!" Hagrid exclaimed, surprised by the dragon's ferocity straight out of the egg, a trait characteristic of his next XXX-level magical creature, supposedly untamable. However, Blake wasn't so easily deterred. "Hagrid, how quickly do dragons grow?" Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed as she observed the dragon. Before Hagrid could respond, his face turned ashen. "What's wrong?" "Someone was spying through the window just now. A boy. He's running back to the castle." Hagrid's voice was filled with despair. Confusion reigned for a moment before Blake sprang into action, kicking the door open and giving chase, with Bob close on his heels. "Fuchsia," Blake shouted, causing Malfoy's body to suddenly hang upside down. "What are you going to do?" Malfoy protested. "You can't cast a spell on me." Blake glanced around, ensuring they were alone, before a smile crept onto his face. "Calm down, Malfoy," he said, waving his wand. "Admiralty strikes." Malfoy hit the ground, nearly in tears from the pain. "Let's have a proper talk," Blake suggested. I don't want to." Malfoy responded defiantly, only to be abruptly hoisted up by Bob. "Shout again, and I'll separate your tongue from your mouth," Bob threatened sternly, harboring no sympathy for Malfoy, who had insulted his father on the train. Without waiting for Blake's command, Bob dragged Malfoy by the collar into Hagrid's cabin. Inside, the little Norwegian Ridgeback spewed a cloud of flames, singeing Hagrid's beard. "Oh, you little rascal," Hagrid muttered, patting his beard before continuing to feed the dragon chicken blood. Upon entering the cabin, Malfoy realized everyone was staring at him. "So you saw everything, didn't you?" Blake said, taking a seat. Malfoy nodded, then hesitated, shaking his head. "No, Green, I don't see anything," Malfoy exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Come on, how could you not see?" Blake laughed, trying to ease the tension. "Sit down. What are you afraid of? We're not going to use you to feed the dragons." At Blake's words, Malfoy's face drained of color, his heart pounding in fear. He wondered if Blake was being serious. The thought that he might actually be fed to a dragon sent shivers down his spine. Despite Blake's reassurance, Malfoy couldn't shake off the fear that Blake, with his devilish reputation, might actually carry out such a horrifying act. "No, please, I swear, I won't breathe a word of what I saw today," Malfoy pleaded, his voice laced with desperation. Blake listened as the system emitted a series of beeps, indicating Malfoy's frantic attempts to unlock treasure chests in a virtual game they were playing. The number of chests he opened quickly hit the upper limit. "You really won't tell anyone about today?" Blake asked, his tone serious. "Really, I swear," Malfoy replied, relief washing over him at the thought of being released. "Okay, let's go then," Blake said, gesturing towards the door. "Really? You trust me, and you're letting me go?" Malfoy asked, disbelief in his voice. "Yes, the door is right there," Blake confirmed. Malfoy took tentative steps towards the door, half expecting Blake to stop him, but when he realized Blake was serious, he hurried towards the wooden door, eager to escape. However, just as he reached for the handle, Blake's voice stopped him cold. "Forget everything," Blake commanded, his voice carrying a hint of magic. Malfoy's expression froze, and his hurried steps slowed. With a dazed look, he walked slowly back towards the castle, his memory of the event fading. Blake closed the cabin door behind him, turning to face a worried Hagrid. "Blake, what did you do to him?" Hagrid asked, his voice filled with concern. "Just a little memory charm, Hagrid. In a few minutes, he'll wake up with no recollection of what he saw here," Blake explained calmly. "What? Blake, casting a memory charm on a classmate could get you expelled!" Hagrid exclaimed, his fear evident. Hagrid was deeply concerned about the repercussions of such an action. Having experienced expulsion himself, he knew the pain and loss it brought. He worried that Blake's actions, though intended to protect their secret, could lead to severe consequences. "That's the surest way, Hagrid," Blake reassured him. "If Malfoy had been truthful, I wouldn't have needed to do it. But he lied, and lying in front of someone skilled in legilimency is foolish." Harry, who had been listening, agreed with Blake. He knew Malfoy's promises were unreliable and had been ready to intervene. But Blake's decision to cast the Obliviate charm had preempted any need for further action. "But what if someone finds out?" Hagrid fretted. "Hagrid, for the safety of everyone here, I had to take this risk. If word got out that we were taming a fire dragon, it could have severe consequences for all of us, possibly even leading to expulsion or imprisonment in Azkaban. This could also be used against Professor Dumbledore," Blake explained, highlighting the gravity of the situation. Understanding the stakes, Hagrid nodded, though still uneasy about the potential fallout. Meanwhile, Blake turned his attention back to the little dragon, which had just spewed another burst of flame. He carefully approached the creature, ignoring Cassandra and Hermione's warnings about its bite. Hagrid had already suffered a bite, and they feared Blake might not be as fortunate. "Relax," Blake said soothingly, his hand gently stroking the little dragon's head. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the dragon calmed down under Blake's touch, showing no intention of biting him. This surprising turn of events left everyone in awe, especially considering the dragon's previous restlessness and aggression. It drank eagerly, gazing up with an expression that seemed to say Blake was its mother. This sight tugged at Hagrid's heartstrings. The reason was clear. In front of Hagrid, Blake had managed to tame the Charmander, which now recognized its master completely and would never think of attacking Blake again. Ah! Hagrid looked at the Charmander, his face a mix of emotions. The little one seems to have mistaken you for its mother. But, my dear, you need a proper name. How about Noble? Blake suggested with a smile, then paused. Actually, Hagrid, I just realized the Charmander is female. So, the name Noble might not be quite right. How about we call her Norberta instead? Blake proposed, and under his guidance, Norberta became much more docile. Despite being teased by many, she refrained from breathing fire or biting. Hagrid observed this transformation with mixed feelings. Despite his joy at Norberta's improved behavior, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness at how much closer she seemed to be to Blake than to him. Amidst the playful teasing of Norberta, Harry suddenly sat up, looking hesitant. "Harry, what's on your mind? Is there something you want to ask me?" Blake inquired, noticing Harry's reluctance. Harry glanced at Hagrid, who was still visibly upset, then turned to Blake and asked in a low voice, "Blake, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" This question marked the beginning of a deeper inquiry, one that would unravel mysteries far beyond the simple taming of a Charmander. Chapter 154, Nicole Flamel's Heir. Blake looked at Harry with a mixture of surprise and amusement. It was unexpected for Harry to bring up Nicholas Flamel at this juncture, especially since he seemed unaware of who Nicholas Flamel was. Blake had assumed that by now, Harry would have at least heard of the legendary alchemist. Then it dawned on Blake that without Hermione, who often acted as the trio's repository of knowledge, Harry and Ron were somewhat adrift, lacking their usual source of information. Without Hermione's encyclopedic mind and the books she devoured for leisure, they were struggling to find any substantial information about Nicholas Flamel. "Why are you asking about this?" Blake inquired, his curiosity feigned to mask his understanding of the situation. I was just curious," Harry stammered, slightly embarrassed. "Oh?" Blake raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. Harry hurried to explain. "Well, it's not like I'm completely clueless about Nicholas Flamel. I saw his name on a chocolate frog card. The card mentioned alchemy, and since you're known to be proficient in alchemy, I thought you might know about him." Blake nodded, understanding Harry's line of reasoning. Harry had remembered the snippet of information from the chocolate frog card, but, without Hermione's assistance and the resources she typically accessed, he was at a loss for further details. Meanwhile, Hagrid was preoccupied with feeding Norberta, unaware of the quiet conversation taking place. The dragon, under Blake's influence, was reluctantly accepting food from Hagrid, who was thoroughly enjoying the task and oblivious to the exchange between Harry and Blake. "Since you're curious, I'll tell you," Blake began, seizing the opportunity to enlighten Harry. "Nicholas Flamel is considered the most legendary alchemist alive today. He is known for creating the only existing Philosopher's Stone." "The Philosopher's Stone?" Harry interrupted, his interest piqued. "Yes, the Philosopher's Stone. It represents the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, capable of turning any metal into gold and brewing an elixir that grants immortality," Blake elaborated, watching Harry's eyes widen in astonishment. "Immortality," Harry murmured, the concept taking root in his mind. "Indeed, Nicholas Flamel is over 600 years old, thanks to the Philosopher's Stone," Blake added, emphasizing the stone's power. Harry stood up abruptly, a look of realization dawning on his face. "That's it! The Philosopher's Stone is what he's after." Blake stared at Harry, bewildered by his lack of discretion. Hadn't Harry been conducting a secret investigation? Why then was he shouting about the Philosopher's Stone, risking drawing unwanted attention? Harry's outburst did not go unnoticed by Hagrid, who, despite his usual slow demeanor, quickly grasped the situation. "Harry, are you still looking into Nicholas Flamel? I've told you, this isn't something you should be meddling with." Hagrid's voice was tinged with panic, aware that this secret was not meant for students' ears. So the Philosopher's Stone is hidden here in the school, isn't it? Harry, realizing the cat was out of the bag, pressed Hagrid for confirmation. Hagrid, on the verge of a breakdown, pleaded, "Listen, these matters are not for students to concern themselves with. Please, don't speak of this, or they'll think I've told you." Blake interjected softly. "So, your inquiry about Nicholas Flamel wasn't just out of curiosity, was it?" Harry, looking sheepish, admitted, "Actually, I've been investigating what's being guarded by the three-headed dog on the 4th floor. It seems it's the Philosopher's Stone." Blake nodded, feigning casual interest. "Is that so? You're quite the curious one. Now that you know, what do you plan to do next?" "I want to find out how many layers of protection there are in the room on the 4th floor," Harry said, determination in his voice. "You don't need to know that. Damn, how did you even learn about Fluffy?" Hagrid exclaimed, frustration evident. "But, I need to make sure no one steals the Philosopher's Stone. It's safe at Hogwarts, right? Many professors are protecting it," Harry reasoned, seeking reassurance. "A lot of professors?" Hagrid muttered, regretting his slip of the tongue. "Oh, Merlin, can you tell me a bit more?" Harry pressed, his anxiety about the situation growing. "Because I'm not sure when Snape might," Harry began, but Hagrid quickly interrupted. "Snape? No, Harry. Snape is one of the professors who set up the protective measures." "You should understand now," Hagrid explained, trying to alleviate Harry's concerns. "Professor Snape might not be the most likable, but he's involved in protecting the stone too." This revelation added another layer to the mystery surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, prompting Harry to reconsider his assumptions about Snape's intentions. The Philosopher's Stone is under the protection of Professors Sprout, McGonagall, Flitwick, Quirrell, and Snape, Hagrid revealed, his voice betraying a hint of pride. "So you see, the stone is perfectly safe here at Hogwarts. There's no need for worry." However, Harry couldn't shake off his unease. Despite Hagrid's reassurances, the thought of Snape's involvement only served to deepen his suspicions. "But, Hagrid, you haven't told anyone how to get past Fluffy, have you?" Harry inquired, referring to the three-headed dog guarding the stone. "Of course not," Hagrid boasted. "Only Dumbledore and I know the secret to bypassing Fluffy." Blake exchanged a glance with Nobetta, his expression one of disbelief. He pondered silently on Hagrid's inadvertent slip-ups, like the dragon egg incident, but chose to remain silent. After all, Dumbledore's strategy seemed to be to let things unfold naturally, and Blake felt no inclination to interfere. As Harry and Ron departed from Hagrid's cabin, their resolve was firm. "We have to act. Snape will surely try again," Harry declared, with Ron nodding in agreement. "Imagine possessing the Philosopher's Stone," Harry mused. "Endless wealth and eternal life. It's tempting for anyone." Ron's eyes sparkled with realization as Harry recounted seeing Snape's leg wound, evidence of an encounter with Fluffy, and Snape's confrontation with Professor Quirrell. They deduced that Snape was likely pressuring Quirrell to reveal his part in the stone's protection. Even if Quirrell gives in, Snape still can't get past Fluffy without knowing the secret, Ron pointed out, trying to find solace in the thought. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had summoned Blake for a discussion. "I believe your portal can target specific individuals, correct?" Dumbledore inquired, to which Blake nodded. With a flick of his hand, Blake opened a portal to Newt, who was visibly startled but quickly warmed up to their presence. "Blake, Dumbledore, you're going to love this," Newt exclaimed. They stepped through the portal onto an unnamed island in the Atlantic, concealed from both muggles and wizards alike by advanced magic. "This place is incredible," Blake remarked, taking in the beauty of their secret refuge. The narrative had been refined for clarity, removing redundancies and enhancing the flow of events. Descriptive details were added to enrich the setting and character interactions, ensuring a more engaging and coherent story. The beauty of the island was undeniable. At its heart stood a towering mountain, its summit crowned with a ring of snow that Blake could see even from a distance. A small river, its waters clear and unfrozen despite the cold, wound its way from the mountain's base, providing the island with an abundant supply of fresh water. "Are you sure there are no other residents on this island?" Blake asked, his concern evident. Dumbledore responded with unwavering confidence. "Of course, I'm sure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen this place. and with my concealment magic in place, this island has vanished from all maps. Unless someone has explicit permission, it's impossible for them to discover or enter this location. Well, except through your portal, of coaxing. Blake found himself growing fond of the island, and Newt Scamander was already enamored with it. Even a wooden house, ready for habitation, stood waiting for them. "Mr. Scamander, are you planning to return home now?" Blake inquired. Newt, cheeks flushed with excitement, replied, "Ah, this could be a wonderful secret base." Blake nodded, understanding the unspoken woes of a married man, which seemed to reinvigorate Newt. "Right then. I'm going to start remodeling the island immediately. Once I'm done, it will be a sanctuary where any magical creature can find a suitable habitat," Newt declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Blake, surprised, asked, "You can use the untraceable stretch charm outdoors as well?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Actually, once my concealment spell enveloped the island, it became a defined space. In such a space, it's perfectly natural to use the untraceable stretch charm to expand it," Newt added. "To cast the untraceable stretch charm over such a vast area, only you, Albus, could manage such a feat." Dumbledore modestly deflected. "You're too humble, Newt. Your mastery of the untraceable stretching charm is unparalleled. When you altered the environment in specific areas, it was as if you were weaving the charm into the very fabric of the island." Newt, despite his age, blushed at Dumbledore's praise. Leaving Newt to his work, Dumbledore began to show Blake around the island, sharing another piece of news. "I have good news for you, Blake. Nicholas Flamel has decided to continue living and has requested the return of the Philosopher's Stone. This means we won't lose a master alchemist anytime soon." Blake was overjoyed. "Is that true? That's wonderful news." Dumbledore continued. "He also mentioned that if you have any questions, you should ask them soon. They're eager to embark on a new adventure. It's a relief to know their journey has merely been postponed." Blake was thrilled. His plan had succeeded beyond his expectations. Nicholas Flamel's decision to live meant that the study of alchemy would not stagnate, and the opportunity to examine the Philosopher's Stone, a pinnacle of alchemical achievement, was too enticing to ignore. However, Blake knew the stone's current limitations in brewing the elixir of life. It could sustain life, but not vitality. An improved version of the Philosopher's Stone was not just desirable, but necessary. Dumbledore then mentioned, "For the safety of Nicholas and his wife, as well as the Philosopher's Stone, I plan to cast a loyalty charm on their house. And when I asked Nicholas who he wanted as the secret keeper for their safe house," Blake locked eyes with Dumbledore, anticipation and curiosity mingling in his gaze, waiting for Dumbledore to reveal the chosen guardian of such a significant secret. "Would you say it was me?" Blake asked, perplexed. "Yes, he wants you as his secret keeper," Dumbledore replied, his voice carrying a weight of certainty. "But why? Mr. Flamel and I have only ever communicated through the double-sided mirror." Blake's confusion was evident. The idea of being so trusted by someone he had never met in person was baffling to him. Why would they choose me to be their secret keeper? If they harbored any ill intentions, wouldn't that put them at risk? Dumbledore looked at Blake, his eyes twinkling with a mixture of wisdom and amusement. "Don't you understand yet, Blake? Only you can reveal their location to others. This signifies that they see you as their successor." "Successor? To what?" Blake's surprise was palpable. The thought of being considered a successor, whether in terms of knowledge or wealth, was overwhelming. It felt as though his emotions were a treasure chest ready to burst open, a chest that could only be contained by the rarest of diamonds. Dumbledore's revelation hinted at a profound trust and expectation placed upon Blake, suggesting that his role in this mysterious legacy was far greater than he had imagined. The notion of being a successor, chosen by individuals of such significance as Flamel, suggested a path laden with both immense responsibility and unparalleled opportunity. Chapter 155. Hagrid, Merlin's Beard. This place is heaven! 3 days had swiftly passed, and for Blake, who felt each moment stretching out interminably, receiving a note from Dumbledore was like a breath of fresh air. Without even pausing for dinner, he dashed straight to the designated toilet stall and opened the portal to that enchanting island. The transformation the island had undergone in just 3 days was remarkable. Newt's once modest cabin had evolved into an attractive, welcoming home. However, Blake noticed that the usual brightness in Newt's demeanor seemed somewhat dimmed. Before Blake could voice his concern, Tina emerged from the house, and instantly, the reason for Newt's subdued mood became clear. The secret sanctuary had been discovered. Tina said she liked it here, so she decided to move the family, Blake remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice upon seeing Newt's forlorn expression. She's worried about you, Mr. Scamander. Think about it. Leaving you isolated on this island would be unsettling for her. Newt sighed in resignation. You're right, of course, but I still feel I'm not that old. For wizards, who often led extraordinarily long lives, Newt's age was indeed not considered advanced. The previous headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Dippet, had lived to the ripe age of 355. Perhaps she simply wanted to offer you companionship, Blake suggested gently. Tina, overhearing the conversation, chimed in with a playful tone. Ah, you're so cheeky, Blake. I'm not here just to keep the old man company. Despite her words, the sparkle in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Blake's magical abilities greatly facilitated the relocation of the magical creatures. With a simple drawing of a circle, he created a vast portal through which the creatures could be transported to environments specifically tailored to their needs. This not only avoided potential conflicts among the magical animals, but also ensured their well-being. Many of the creatures rescued from the Colosseum had been returned to their natural habitats, while those deemed too dangerous were relocated to the island under Newt's care. The process was swift and efficient, thanks to thorough preparation, transforming the once tranquil island into a bustling sanctuary. Mr. Scamander, how do you plan to manage all these magical creatures? Blake inquired, concerned about the daunting task of caring for the numerous, often ferocious animals. Newt responded with a smile, showcasing the wonders of magic. With a wave of his wand, wooden barrels filled with various types of food flew from the house, distributing meals to the creatures before neatly returning to their original place. Blake couldn't help but express his admiration for Newt's ingenious solution. Newt then led Blake to a large grassland, a comfortable environment that could accommodate a variety of magical animals. Here, Blake's own formidable pets, including a mighty black dragon and venomous leopards, roamed freely. Newt assured Blake that the area could be expanded to accommodate any future additions to his collection of magical creatures. Despite Blake's assurances that he would manage his pets himself, Newt couldn't shake off the unnerving feeling that the creatures were sizing him up as potential prey whenever he assisted with their care. It was a relief, then, that Blake had taken on this responsibility, ensuring the safety and well-being of all inhabitants of this magical haven. Blake cherished the vast prairie, a significant upgrade from the cramped basement Newt had initially provided for the creatures. Utilizing the untraceable stretching curse to its fullest, he created a spacious haven. However, Blake was aware that this idyllic setting wasn't suitable for the long-term needs of the ferocious animals under his care. The absence of conflict meant they could potentially lose their fighting spirit, a fate Blake was determined to avoid. To counter this, he planned to craft several high-quality Pokeballs, intending to capture the creatures and stimulate their evolute ion through battles within their dreams. This innovative approach also served a dual purpose. It prevented Newt from discovering the animals were temporarily missing. The situation with Noberta, the fire dragon, highlighted the urgency of Blake's plans. Noberta's rapid growth posed a significant risk, nearly leading to the destruction of Hagrid's wooden cabin due to her fiery nature. During a visit to Hagrid, Blake and his friends faced the difficult task of convincing him that Noberta needed a new home. Hagrid, deeply attached to the dragon, was initially resistant but was eventually swayed by the argument that Noberta deserved to experience the vastness of the sky. The group contemplated various options for Noberta's relocation. Harry suggested sending her to Charlie, Ron's brother, who was an expert in dragon care. However, Blake proposed an alternative solution, revealing that he had recently acquired a special place for housing dangerous magical creatures, a location provided by Professor Dumbledore himself. This revelation sparked a mix of surprise and concern among the group, as they pondered the implications of housing a dragon in such a facility. Blake assured them that Dumbledore was well aware of the nature of the creatures he intended to keep, implying that the inclusion of a dragon like Noberta wouldn't be out of the question. However, he urged everyone to keep this arrangement a secret, given the potentially controversial nature of housing forbidden magical animals. The conversation then shifted to the logistical challenge of transporting Noberta to Blake's facility. The group quickly dismissed the idea of using apparition due to its impracticality with a creature of Noberta's size and the fact that none of them were skilled in the magical technique. Blake then teased the possibility of an alternative method of teleportation, sparking curiosity and skepticism among his friends. He hinted at a solution that didn't rely on traditional methods like apparition or portkeys, leaving the group intrigued about the innovative approach he had in mind for relocating Noberta. "Didn't I say it? Just send it directly," Blake said, raising his hand to draw a circle in the air. Sparks flew, and a giant dimensional portal appeared on one wall of Hagrid's cabin. Everyone, except for Bob, who had previously seen a dimensional gate, was shocked by the sight of the sparking portal. It was undeniable that this was a portal, especially since they could clearly see a vast grassland through it. Noberta, driven by instinct, excitedly crawled into the portal. The others watched as she unsteadily flew up in the grassland. Blake followed closely behind, stepping into the portal. He turned around to welcome his friends. "Friends, welcome to my ranch," he announced. Blake observed Cassandra and Hermione, who were stunned, as he happily harvested a treasure chest on the vast grassland. All of Blake's powerful pets were there, obedient due to Blake's constraint order. They glanced coldly at Noberta and Hagrid before going about their own business. To these rebellious creatures, everyone but Blake was considered insignificant. Even Agcarius seemed somewhat influenced by the environment, appearing older than before. Only Xiong-Da remained as cheerful as ever. Upon seeing Blake, it grinned and ran over for a veritable bear hug. "Ooh, I want to eat honey," Xiong-Da seemed to say. "It's already ready," Blake responded, placing a large can of honey in front of it. While the others watched in shock, Hagrid felt overwhelmed by what he saw: a familiar giant bear, a majestic black dragon with smoke trailing from its nostrils, a living chimera lying nearby, a horned camel that clearly was the king of its kind, and to his astonishment, a cat leopard and a shiaku with a special round face. Hagrid had never seen such rare creatures with his own eyes before. "Are these your pets, Blake?" Hagrid asked, barely containing his excitement. "Of course, Hagrid. As you know, I have a preference for magical animals that are on the ferocious side." Blake replied proudly. Hagrid's expression was one of sheer fascination. "May I take a closer look at them?" "Of course, but you have to be careful. They're not too fond of, getting too intimate with other species," Blake warned. I know. They're all charming and proud creatures, aren't they?" Hagrid said, understandingly. "Hagrid, what do you think of my ranch?" Blake inquired. "How? Oh, Blake, your ranch is heaven!" Hagrid exclaimed. At this moment, Harry and Ronald couldn't help but back away, wishing they could run if only the portal hadn't disappeared. Every animal here, even the fiery red giant bear that seemed silly, appeared more ferocious than the Lu-Wei. The terrifying presence of these creatures was indescribable to the first-year wizards. Hermione's legs felt weak as she asked, "When did you acquire so many powerful pets?" "Mr. Newt Scamander, Professor Dumbledore, and I took down a poaching ring at Christmas and rescued them," Blake explained nonchalantly, as if it were an everyday occurrence. To everyone else, this sounded like an incredible adventure. The idea of spending Christmas battling poachers and rescuing a group of ferocious magical animals only to tame them seemed like something out of a dream. "Sorry, I feel like I might be dreaming. Oh, what a weird dream." "Ouch!" Ronald began, only to be pinched by Harry. "It doesn't seem like a dream. You know it hurts, don't you?" Harry pointed out. Ronald shot Harry a resentful look. Meanwhile, Nagini slithered over, spat, and softly licked Blake's hand. Blake spoke in a slightly apologetic tone. "Sorry, Nagini. Harry stood amidst the group, his revelation hanging in the air like a dense fog. "I haven't figured out a way to accurately divide the soul, so, for now, you'll have to remain as you are," he said, addressing the room, but his gaze lingered on a particular presence, A hissing sound filled the silence, carrying a message only Harry could understand. I want to be by your side. You can't follow me for the time being, Nagini. Please, be obedient, Harry responded, his voice laced with a hint of regret. Surprised by the exchange, Harry turned to Blake and asked, Blake, can you understand her too? The question seemed to echo in the room, drawing everyone's attention except for Hagrid and Bob. Their gazes, filled with curiosity and a touch of suspicion, turned towards Harry. Cassandra, with a squint, probed further. You mean you can understand her? Is that so? Yeah, it's not that strange. Can't Blake understand? I thought many of you could, Harry replied, his innocence failing to mask the undercurrent of tension. Blake chuckled, breaking the momentary silence. Actually, I can understand all animals. Can you understand all animals too? No, I can only understand snakes, Harry admitted, his honesty stark against the backdrop of disbelief. Blake feigned shock, his eyes widening. What? Only snakes? Could it be? Are you a parseltongue? Confusion flickered across Harry's face. A what now? Parseltongues are often dark wizards. Could it be? Blake's voice trailed off, his expression a mix of shock and intrigue. The room seemed to freeze, every eye locked on Harry. The weight of the accusation hung heavily in the air. I'm a dark wizard? I'm not. I haven't been. Harry stammered, his words faltering under the weight of his own confusion and the sudden scrutiny. The moment was charged with tension, misunderstandings weaving a complex web around Harry's simple admission. His ability, a rare gift, had suddenly cast him in a shadow of doubt among his peers, challenging his identity and forcing him to confront the prejudices and fears associated with the legacy of Parseltongue. Chapter 156, The Revelation of Parseltongue. Seeing Harry still looking aggrieved and puzzled, Ronald couldn't help but say, Harry, you know who is a Parselmouth. Hearing this, Harry felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The words of the Sorting Hat echoed in his ears once more. Perhaps Slytherin would have been the right house for your talents. Harry was in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, a series of system prompts sounded in Blake's mind. Alert! Detecting emotions of panic. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a golden treasure chest. Today's limit for treasure chest drops has been reached. Blake stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Harry's shoulder. Oh, Harry, perhaps I wasn't clear enough. Parselmouths are often associated with dark wizards. Harry looked at Blake dejectedly. Was that supposed to be comforting? Blake cleared his throat. Well, generally, yes, but there are exceptions. Really? Harry asked, hope flickering in his eyes. Absolutely, and you, Harry, are that exception. Me? Yes. Are you a dark wizard? Of course not. Then you're the exception, Blake concluded, spreading his hands. Harry looked at Blake, a mix of confusion and realization dawning on him. Though something still felt off, he couldn't argue with Blake's logic. After a moment of silence, Harry spoke up. But why do I have the ability to speak Parseltongue? I thought everyone could. Ronald interjected. No, Harry, not everyone has this ability. The most notorious Parselmouth in recent times is Voldemort himself. Harry shot Ronald a resentful look. Thanks for the clarification, but let's not make a habit of it. Blake, observing the scar on Harry's forehead, ventured a guess. It might be related to that. When Voldemort's curse rebounded off you, some of his magic, his essence, might have transferred to you. That's why you've inherited abilities from Voldemort without anyone realizing it. Unbeknownst to you, you became a Horcrux, harboring a piece of his soul intertwined with your own. Blake mused about the possibility of examining Harry's soul more closely, but decided the timing wasn't right. Harry felt a sense of relief wash over him after Blake's explanation. The last thing he wanted was any connection to Slytherin House or Voldemort. The idea that his ability might be an unintended consequence rather than a sign of dark affinity allowed him to breathe easier. Suddenly, Harry turned to Blake with a request. Blake, could you do me a favor? What is it? Blake asked. Do you remember what I said about the Philosopher's Stone? Of course I remember. Then, could you help me protect it? Harry asked earnestly. He had always admired Blake's ability to handle any situation with calm and intelligence, even when facing challenges like Snape's unfair treatment. Blake's sense of justice and his ability to inspire loyalty in creatures like the ones Hagrid cared for only increased Harry's respect for him. Harry believed that with Blake's help, they could prevent Snape or anyone else from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. It was clear to Harry that Blake, with his strong moral compass, would be an invaluable ally. "Excuse me, I refuse," Blake said abruptly. Harry felt as though he had been physically struck, his hopes dashed in an instant. Blake reassured Harry with a firm tone. "The Philosopher's Stone is very safe, Harry. No one in this world can steal it." He knew the real Philosopher's Stone had long been securely returned to Nicholas Flamel's safekeeping, protected by a potent spell of courage and loyalty. As its guardian, Blake was confident in its safety, as long as he didn't divulge its location to anyone. Despite his assurances, Harry remained unconvinced, particularly concerned about Snape's involvement. "Stop blaming Snape for everything, Harry," Blake chided gently. "While I concede that Snape can be seen as a spiteful, scheming, petty, arrogant, and unkempt man who seems to disdain personal hygiene, it doesn't automatically make him responsible for every misfortune." At that moment, a certain professor in a distant underground classroom sneezed repeatedly, glaring at the potion in front of him now tainted with his own saliva. Blake continued, "Even if you distrust Snape, you should at least trust Professor Dumbledore. He must have compelling reasons for his trust in Snape." Harry, however, couldn't shake off his suspicion, still viewing Snape with a villainous lens. After their discussion, Hagrid saw Blake and the others off, expressing a wish to visit Blake's ranch again, though Blake couldn't promise when. He planned to craft more Pokeballs and evolve the creatures on his ranch, meaning Hagrid wouldn't find the magical animals he hoped to see on a future visit. Blake had said all he could to ease Harry's worries. Now, it was up to Harry to decide what to believe. Blake had no intention of being drawn into any further schemes orchestrated by Dumbledore. That night, Blake visited the Room of Requirement again, contemplating relocating all magical creatures to his ranch, while leaving the magical plants temporarily. Sitting in front of the log cabin within the room, he reflected on his recent acquisitions and opened his system space to review his inventory, which included 2 diamond treasure chests among other lower-tier chests. Blake mused over the rarity of obtaining treasure chests through his adventures, acknowledging that even for Harry and his friends, securing a gold-level chest had become a challenge due to their familiarity with Blake's extraordinary capabilities. Deciding not to chase after the elusive Supreme Treasure Chest, Blake opted to open the 2 diamond chests, reasoning that their contents, while not as extraordinary as the Supreme Chests, would still be immediately beneficial. Among his preparations was a small bottle of luck potion, now nearly empty. However, Blake was already brewing a new batch, which would take months to complete. Unperturbed by the dwindling supply, he proceeded to open the chests, hopeful for what treasures they might contain. Blake raised his neck and swallowed a drop of the lucky potion. "System, open the diamond treasure chest," he instructed. The system promptly responded, "Ding! Opening the diamond treasure chest for the host," followed by, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a secret realm." "Secret realm? System, explain this item," Blake demanded further clarification. "Ding! The secret realm is a space akin to a dungeon. The host can enter the secret realm at any time. Upon successful conquest, the host will obtain equipment, materials, or forbidden knowledge generated within the secret realm," the system explained. It added 3 important remarks. 1. The hostile creatures within the secret realm may originate from other worlds and are extremely dangerous. The host is advised not to venture into it unprepared. 2. The hostile creatures are real. Upon their defeat, their materials can be harvested. The host has the option to either slay or tame these creatures. 3. The secret realm spans a considerable area and will require time to fully conquer. This duration aligns with real-world time. The host can enter the secret realm after careful planning. Note that the secret realm can only be cleared once. Blake realized this was a unique, one-time opportunity. Although initially skeptical about the reward's value, he soon recognized its potential. The prospect of bringing out all gains from the secret realm was particularly enticing. Given the system's hint about the strength of the creatures and the option to tame them, Blake, with his Hufflepuff sensibilities, preferred taming over killing. This way, the creature's materials could serve as renewable resources. "Ding! Would the host like to enter the secret realm now? The system inquired. No, hold off for now, Blake decided. Ding! The secret realm has been stored in the system warehouse for the host. It is accessible at any time. Blake navigated through the system repository to a cloud-like icon representing the secret realm. He locked the grid where it was located to prevent accidental entry before he was ready. This precaution, reminiscent of a lock feature in online game inventories, was something Blake had tested and appreciated for its ability to safeguard valuable items. After securing the secret realm, Blake turned his attention to the remaining diamond treasure chest. Open the last diamond chest, he commanded. Ding! Opening the diamond treasure chest for the host. The system announced, Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a white tiger. Ding! Would the host like to adopt it now? Blake's eyes widened in surprise. A white tiger? Is it the mythical one? Ding! This white tiger possesses a portion of a divine beast's bloodline, which is still evolving and maturing. Would the host like to adopt it? Overjoyed, Blake realized he had acquired a growing white tiger, one that would evolve over time into the legendary mythical white tiger. Adopt, he declared without a moment's hesitation. A dazzling white light materialized before Blake, accompanied by a thunderous roar that instilled a mix of awe and fear in him. Expecting to see a formidable beast, Blake squinted into the light. As the light faded, he was taken aback to find not a majestic creature, but a small, pure white kitten looking back at him. Blake blinked in disbelief, thinking he had seen incorrectly. Despite the initial shock, the system confirmed, Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully adopting the white tiger. Followed by, Ding! The white tiger has recognized its master with 100% loyalty. Blake, still processing the sight before him, realized that appearances could be deceiving. The small kitten before him held the potential to grow into the mythical white tiger he had envisioned. Blake's face was etched with frustration as he exclaimed, The system is only at 0.6. How is the promised growth supposed to happen from such a young age? I was hoping for ferocious beasts, not tiny kittens. In a moment of exasperation, he declared, System, I demand a refund. Just then, Blake felt something soft brushing against his legs. Glancing down, he locked eyes with a small kitten gazing up at him, its face the very picture of innocence. Those large, watery blue eyes seemed to pierce right through him, and in that instant, all thoughts of ferocious beasts vanished from his mind. The kitten's undeniable cuteness had completely disarmed him. Surrendering to the moment, Blake scooped up the kitten, his heart melting as he began to gently stroke the purring creature in his hands. He sighed, Well, you're adorable, but I'm not sure how you'll ever help me in a fight against villains. The kitten, seemingly understanding Blake's words, let out a soft meow, its voice filled with a milky sweetness that tugged at Blake's heartstrings. It doesn't matter. Your cuteness alone is enough. Who needs to fight? Blake found himself saying, completely captivated by the tiny creature. However, the kitten seemed to take issue with being praised for cuteness alone and wriggled out of Blake's grasp. In the blink of an eye, the air was filled with a ferocious roar, and where the kitten once stood, a giant white tiger, towering at 2 meters tall, now appeared before Blake. The white tiger lowered its head, its human-like expression seeming to ask Blake, Am I not fierce enough for you? Damn! System! I was wrong to doubt you, Blake exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment and delight. You're both fierce and adorable. I couldn't ask for more. With that, he threw his arms around the tiger's massive head, showering it with affection. The white tiger, now named Bai Hu, responded with a contented purr, reveling in the attention. In that moment, Blake realized that regardless of its form, this creature was not just any beast. It was a companion that could offer both protection and the warmth of friendship. Chapter 157. Voldemort, do you understand the magnitude of a Dark Lord's battle? Blake was in high spirits. In a moment of excitement, he decided to unlock all the remaining bronze and silver treasure chests at once. Save money, open, he exclaimed, as a plethora of materials and gear spilled out before him, among which was a revolver. Holding the silver Colt Python, Blake couldn't help but admire its design. Despite its origin from a bronze chest, the revolver had an undeniable charm. This is quite the find. Muggle firearms possess considerable power, but they pose little threat to powerful wizards. A simple transfiguration spell could easily render these formidable weapons into mere fire sticks, he mused regretfully. It's a shame. It would have been fun to play with as a toy, though I could enhance it with magic resistance. A light bulb went off in Blake's head. He recalled the armor he had crafted for the bears, each piece imbued with significant magic resistance to prevent any transfiguration spells from turning the armor against them. If I apply magic resistance to this pistol, Blake chuckled to himself, twirling the revolver. The times are changing, you outdated wizards. Who needs a wand in one hand and a sword in the other when you have this? He joked, fully aware that a revolver couldn't replace a wand. However, as a surprise attack tool, it had potential. Concerning ammunition, that was the least of Blake's worries. As an alchemist, he could easily modify the magazine and inscribe the necessary runes to enhance the bullets. Exiting the room of requirement the next morning, Blake had no classes to rush to, thanks to the weekend. However, his appearance in the breakfast hall, cradling a small milk cat with light blue eyes and snow-white fur, drew immediate attention. Blake hadn't intended to bring the kitten along, aware of its eye-catching appearance and the danger it posed, far surpassing any cute creature on his ranch. Yet the kitten's clinginess left him no choice. "Wow, what a cute kitten!" Cedric was the first to exclaim, his interest in the kitten evident. "Blake, when did you get a cat? Can I touch it?" he asked, reaching out. The kitten, however, reacted explosively, glaring at Cedric as if ready to attack at the slightest provocation. Cedric, taken aback, looked hurt. "It doesn't like me," he observed. Blake stroked the kitten, which calmed down in his arms. "It's not that it doesn't like you, Cedric. It just doesn't take kindly to any boys other than me," he explained, choosing not to mention the kitten's aggressive encounter with his roommate Roger. Cedric, still fascinated, inquired about the kitten's name. "It's called White, and he's quite the formidable little tiger," Blake replied, just as Cassandra approached, eager to learn more about alchemy from Blake. White, the kitten, glared at Cassandra, clearly displeased with her proximity to Blake. Cedric couldn't help but comment on the kitten's protective behavior, while Cassandra, noticing White's fierce demeanor, asked, "When did you start keeping cats?" "Since last night," Blake answered, avoiding further questions about his nocturnal activities. Cassandra suspected that Blake had found Xiaobai, the little milk cat, in the Forbidden Forest once again. It wasn't the first time he had found magical creatures there. "Essentially," Blake responded vaguely. He couldn't reveal that Xiaobai was actually a gift from a mysterious system, not when he was opening a treasure chest in the Room of Requirement, a place where not even Baker, the house elf, was permitted. Thus, the true origin of Xiaobai remained a secret, with everyone believing the cat was simply discovered in the Forbidden Forest. "Meow!" Xiaobai protested loudly, swiping her paw at Cassandra's grandmother in frustration. She was upset that Cassandra was ignoring her. Cassandra, in turn, glared at Xiaobai. Despite the cat's undeniable cuteness, Cassandra felt an inexplicable rivalry, akin to what she felt towards Hermione. It was absurd. Xiaobai was just a cat. Blake gently caught Xiaobai's paw, soothing her. "Xiaobai, don't be so aggressive. This is my friend." "Meow! Bad woman. This is a bad woman," Xiaobai retorted. "Blake, is she cursing me?" Cassandra was astonished. She never imagined feeling jealous of a cat. Yet, it seemed Xiaobai could sense her intentions. While Cassandra rebuffed the advances of other boys, she didn't mind the company of girls, provided they had no romantic interest in Blake. Currently, both Cassandra and Hermione found themselves unable to get close to Blake, thanks to Xiaobai's protective behavior. In their secret hideout, Blake was occupied with grooming Xiaobai, while Cassandra, Hermione, and Hannah sat nearby, their moods sour. Under normal circumstances, they would be engaging with Blake over their shared interests. However, today was different. They had identified a common adversary in Xiaobai, who had seemingly captivated Blake's attention entirely. Xiaobai, basking in Blake's care, seemed to be fully aware of the girl's frustration, even appearing smug about it. The girls were convinced that Xiaobai was deliberately flaunting her influence over Blake, which they found utterly unacceptable. As Blake continued to pamper Xiaobai, oblivious to the girl's disgruntled stares, he received notifications from the mysterious system, rewarding him for detecting their emotions. Xiaobai, entertain yourself for a bit, Blake finally said, placing her on the ground. Meow, where are you going? Xiaobai inquired. My friends are waiting for me. I'll come back to play with you later, Blake reassured her, patting her head. Hearing this, the girl's spirits lifted, prompting another series of notifications from the system for Blake. Meow, don't go. Stay and play with Xiaobai, okay? Xiaobai pleaded, causing Blake to sit back down, much to the girl's annoyance. Cassandra exchanged a determined look with Hermione, and together with Hannah, they decided to leave the secret base. Blake watched them go, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. It seemed the system's rewards were unusually generous today. Letting the girl's jealousy fuel the situation might just work in his favor. 15 minutes later, in Blake's greenhouse, Cassandra declared, "We need to unite." Hermione inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "I intend to form an anti-cat alliance," Hermione declared with determination. "An anti-cat alliance? What's that?" Hannah asked, her curiosity piqued. "Don't play dumb, Hannah. You know exactly what I'm talking about," Hermione retorted, her frustration evident. Okay, Xiaobai has really crossed the line, even if it's just for 10 minutes. Hannah conceded. "Do you think Xiaobai is some kind of fairy from Eastern legends, that it has enchanted Blake?" Hermione, having grown up in a Muggle household and being an avid reader, was familiar with a variety of myths, including those from the East. Cassandra, though not fully understanding the reference to the goblin Hermione mentioned, grasped the gist of the conversation. "I agree. It seems like Blake is under a spell. Does anyone know where Xiaobai came from?" Hermione asked, looking for clues. "Not exactly, but I think Blake found it in the Forbidden Forest," Cassandra replied. The three girls spent a considerable amount of time in the greenhouse, brainstorming without success for a way to counteract Xiaobai's influence. "This is so frustrating. How can we be so troubled by a cat?" Hermione exclaimed in exasperation. "That's your problem, not mine. I refuse to be outwitted by a cat," Cassandra declared confidently. "I will reveal Xiaobai's true nature to Blake." Ultimately, the Anti-Cat Alliance grew to include not just 3, but 5 members, with Cho Chang and Pinello joining the cause. Pinello, initially confused about the alliance, quickly joined after a negative encounter with Xiaobai during a dueling lesson with Blake. However, the increase in members did not bring Cassandra any joy. It only highlighted the magnitude of their challenge, as it seemed were under Xiaobai's spell. After a moment of silence, Cassandra voiced her suspicion. "I believe Blake has been enchanted by the cat." "The initial assessment suggests it's an unknown magical creature with the power to bewitch," she continued, clarifying their mission to rescue Blake from Xiaobai's influence. "How do you know Blake is under a spell?" Cho Chang inquired, seeking clarification. "You might not know, but Blake has a preference for large and fierce magical creatures. Even his owl is a giant species," Hannah explained, providing insight into Blake's usual preferences. "That's true," Pinello chimed in, recalling Blake's formidable pets in the Forbidden Forest. "Unlike his adorable Sixu, Dabao, which he doesn't carry around daily. But this cat," Hermione added, her frustration evident. "It's as if he can't function without it now. He even brings it to class, and it won't let me sit next to him," Hermione exclaimed, her annoyance clear. Cassandra looked at Hermione in disbelief. "What? You all sit together in class? But aren't you from Gryffindor? How can you sit with someone from Hufflepuff?" "It's true, she sits on one side and I sit on the other," Hannah confirmed, adding to the complexity of their situation. Cassandra clenched her teeth, her resolve wavering momentarily at the thought of confronting Xiaobai. Meanwhile, Blake was in the room of requirement, dealing with a different kind of problem. He was holding the diadem of Ravenclaw, a Horcrux created by Voldemort, and studying the intricacies of the soul. This research was crucial, not just for understanding Nagini or Harry Potter, but for his own curiosity. As he pondered potential subjects for his experiments, he remembered the Ravenclaw diadem he had found. The diadem housed a powerful, albeit damaged soul, making it an ideal candidate for his studies. Without hesitation, Blake expelled the remnant soul from the diadem with a swift slap, causing it to manifest as a twisted black smoke before him. The soul, once belonging to Voldemort, was now in a state of shock and fear. To Blake's amusement, this action rewarded him with a bronze chest from the system, indicating the soul's incomplete state and thus its limited value. Looking at the diadem, Blake couldn't help but mock. "Is this all you amount to, Voldemort?" Suddenly, the system alerted him to an extreme anger detected, followed by a congratulatory message for his achievement. Upon hearing the system's notification, Blake couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief. "A bronze treasure chest? That's all? Just a measly bronze chest, you say?" he muttered under his breath, his tone dripping with disappointment. Suddenly, a thick black smoke billowed out from the crown, charging straight towards Blake's face with a roar. Blake, unfazed, raised his palm and snapped his fingers. The black mist halted abruptly, as if stunned by his action. "Do you have any idea of the damage a major battle can inflict on a once-feared Dark Lord? Do you?" Blake exclaimed, his voice laced with a mix of frustration and incredulity. The scene painted a vivid picture of the confrontation between Blake and the remnants of a dark force, encapsulated within the black mist. His casual dismissal of the treasure chest's value contrasted sharply with the dramatic entrance of the black smoke, highlighting the unpredictable nature of his adventures. Chapter 158, Voldemort, Am I Actually a Good Person? Or Dumbledore's Closest Comrade in Arms? When Voldemort created his Horcruxes, each soul fragment that split from him could essentially be considered Voldemort himself. These Horcruxes not only tethered him to life, granting him a form of undead resilience, but also effectively multiplied his lives. After all, any of these Horcruxes had the potential to resurrect into the true Voldemort. The necessity for a main soul was a moot point since they were all fragments of the same being. In the original story, the Horcrux within Tom Riddle's diary nearly succeeded in resurrecting a young version of Voldemort by using Ginny Weasley to open the Chamber of Secrets and sapping her life force. Had Harry not intervened, this young Voldemort could have sought out his main soul, merging with it to regain his full power. Therefore, Blake's confrontation with one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was akin to battling Voldemort himself. However, had Blake faced Voldemort in person, the rewards might have been significantly greater, not just a heap of worthless bronze. "How dare you!" Voldemort's remnant soul, manifested as a black mist, endured several powerful blows, becoming noticeably subdued. It was shocked to discover it couldn't voluntarily return to its Horcrux, the crown. This realization came after encountering Blake, a seemingly ordinary first-year wizard who could effortlessly destroy a Horcrux. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Voldemort's remnant soul became cautious around Blake, who looked at the dissipating black mist with a mix of anticipation and disappointment. "Is this the end? I was hoping for more," Blake sighed, though he couldn't hide his satisfaction. Voldemort's soul, internally raging, attempted to manipulate Blake with softer tones and illusions, all of which proved futile against Blake's discernment. "You must be a first year at Hogwarts, right? Then you've undoubtedly heard of the great Voldemort," the remnant soul tried to impress upon Blake. "Of course I've heard of Voldemort, but why bring him up?" Blake responded, unfazed. "I am the great Voldemort, or at least a part of him," the soul claimed, expecting a reaction. "Oh," was all Blake said, leaving Voldemort's soul momentarily confused by the lack of shock or awe. Undeterred, the soul continued its attempt to deceive Blake. "Take me to the great Voldemort. He will grant you everything you desire." "Find Voldemort? How?" Blake asked with a sly grin, clearly not fooled. Voldemort's soul, misinterpreting Blake's expression as greed, boasted about the supposed current state of the wizarding world under Voldemort's rule, questioning the status of pure-blood wizards, muggles, and Dumbledore. As the soul rambled on, Blake observed it with a mix of amusement and curiosity. It seemed the soul, having been confined to the crown for so long, was unaware of the true state of affairs outside. This chapter reveals the complexities of Voldemort's Horcruxes and Blake's unique ability to confront them. Despite the soul's attempts at manipulation, Blake remains unswayed, hinting at his deeper understanding and strength. The interaction between Blake and Voldemort's remnant soul not only adds depth to their characters, but also sets the stage for future confrontations. The essence of each Horcrux contains a fragment of the soul, frozen in time at the moment of its creation. This means that the fragment of Voldemort that Blake was confronting had no knowledge of its defeat by a baby named Harry Potter over a decade ago. Blake, with a thoughtful stroke of his chin, suddenly shifted his demeanor, activating his intermediate acting skills. "I have no idea where your fragmented soul originated," Blake declared with disdain, "but your words are repugnant to me." Voldemort's fragment was taken aback by the sudden change in Blake's attitude. Just moments ago, Blake seemed intrigued, and now he was hurling insults. The logic of the situation escaped the fragment. It was beyond any magic it knew. "What do you mean?" the fragment of Voldemort asked cautiously, its hatred for Blake growing. It had silently vowed that once Blake led it to its main body, it would ensure Blake's demise. After all, anyone who dared insult the great Voldemort was marked for death. "You insulted the great Voldemort," Blake shouted, confusing the fragment further. It wondered if it had somehow missed its own line. "Anyone who insults the great Voldemort must face death. So are you, a mere fragment of a soul from some foul ditch, ready to face obliteration?" Blake's words left Voldemort's fragment struggling to keep up. It realized, with a sense of irony, that it was being accused of insulting itself, and now faced destruction at the hands of the boy before it. "Wait," the fragment of Voldemort, now trembling with fear, tried to clarify. "I am a part of the great Voldemort. How could I possibly insult myself?" "You lied. I never believed you were truly a part of the great Voldemort," Blake retorted. "How could a part of Voldemort be such a vile, despicable fragment? Moreover, the great Voldemort is not as you described. You have insulted him. You are damned." Voldemort's fragment was utterly bewildered. It seemed to it that Blake was an admirer of Voldemort, yet he kept denying the fragment's claims about Voldemort's nature. The fragment couldn't understand how its goals could be seen as an insult to Voldemort. "I did not insult the great Voldemort," the fragment insisted, though it lacked a physical head to express its confusion. "And you claim you didn't insult Voldemort yourself?" Blake continued, his excitement palpable. "You spoke of Voldemort ruling the world, enslaving muggles, and murdering Professor Bolito with his own hands. Impossible! The great Voldemort is a noble figure, a close ally of the great Professor Dumbledore. How could he commit such atrocities?" The fragment gasped. Despite its arrogance, it was aware of its own malevolence. It couldn't fathom being described as a good person, especially by a boy who seemed genuinely upset at the supposed mischaracterization. To be considered Dumbledore's closest ally was preposterous to the fragment. It remembered seeking a teaching position at Hogwarts as part of its plan, only to leave a Horcrux in the Room of Requirement when it realized it couldn't sway Dumbledore. The fragment had no knowledge of what happened to its main body afterward, but it was certain of one thing: it could never align with the likes of Dumbledore. Blake's accusations and the fragment's confusion created a surreal confrontation, one where the lines between hero and villain were blurred by a boy's fervent belief in a version of Voldemort that never existed. Voldemort's remnant soul was plotting in the shadows, determined to continue recruiting forces to strike a fatal blow against Dumbledore, whom he considered his greatest enemy. The very idea of becoming a so-called good person, or seeing Dumbledore as an ally, was ludicrous to him. No one could understand his deep-seated hatred for Dumbledore more than he did. Yet, amidst his denial, a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart. After all, his creation predated the war, leaving him oblivious to its outcome and subsequent events. In a moment of confrontation, Blake, fueled by a mix of anger and disbelief at the insult to his idol, raised his hand against the remnant soul of Voldemort. The slap shattered half of Voldemort's soul, leaving him terrified at the prospect of his imminent destruction. Realizing Blake had the power to obliterate him, Voldemort knew he had to plead for his life. "Do you have any last words?" Blake asked coldly, his face a mix of scorn and indignation. Voldemort, desperate to prove his identity and buy time, attempted to transform the black mist into his own likeness. However, his efforts were met with another fierce slap from Blake, who ridiculed the appearance Voldemort had assumed. "How dare you call yourself Voldemort with such an appearance? A true powerful figure doesn't concern himself with superficialities like appearance." Voldemort argued, trying to justify the sacrifices he made for power, including his disfigured visage. Blake, unimpressed and still skeptical, demanded further proof of Voldemort's claims. The remnant soul, now desperate to survive and uncover the fate of his original body, conceded. "I have other evidence," he said, hoping to convince Blake of his identity and, more importantly, to stay alive long enough to unravel the mysteries of the years he had missed. This encounter between Blake and Voldemort's remnant soul highlights the complexities of identity, power, and the consequences of one's actions. As Voldemort struggles to assert his identity and navigate the unfamiliar dynamics of a world that has moved on without him, he must confront the reality of his choices and the indelible mark they have left on the wizarding world. Blake's skepticism was palpable as he listened to the remnant soul of Voldemort boast about his vast knowledge. The arrogance dripping from Voldemort's claims was almost comical, yet Blake couldn't deny the potential value of the knowledge he possessed. Despite Voldemort's downfall, his understanding of dark arts and other arcane subjects was unparalleled. "My knowledge stands as irrefutable evidence," Voldemort's soul fragment said, a hint of urgency in its tone. It seemed to fear that Blake might decide to destroy it before hearing it out. "Although my memories only extend up to the day I was concealed within Hogwarts, my past knowledge remains intact. Allow me to demonstrate just a fraction, and you'll find yourself compelled to trust me. After all, who else in this world possesses such a vast repository of knowledge, if not the great Voldemort himself?" The corner of Blake's mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy's ego knows no bounds, yet he does have a point, he thought, begrudgingly acknowledging Voldemort's expertise. "Your knowledge, then?" Blake asked, his tone laced with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. "Indeed, knowledge," Voldemort's soul fragment exclaimed, its confidence unwavering. "If you doubt me, feel free to test me with any question. Should I fail to answer, you may kill me, and I shall harbor no resentment." "Very well, I'll take you up on that challenge," Blake responded, his interest piqued despite his reservations. "Given that you're a remnant soul, you must have delved into the intricacies of soul magic, correct?" Blake posed his question, aiming to probe an area of knowledge so obscure that even Dumbledore might not have full mastery over it. After all, if Voldemort's claims were true, then his understanding of such matters would indeed be beyond ordinary. Chapter 159. Extreme Emotions? Does the ultimate refreshing feeling count? Blake speculated that Voldemort must have delved deeply into the knowledge of the soul. After all, creating a Horcrux requires splitting one's soul, and Voldemort, who harbored a deep fear of death, would certainly not embark on such a perilous endeavor without thoroughly understanding the implications. He would need to ascertain the side effects of splitting his soul and calculate the minimum success rate. If the risk of death from a failed Horcrux attempt was even slightly possible, Voldemort would never proceed, regardless of a high probability of success. Thus, Blake was making a calculated bet on Voldemort's knowledge of the soul, wondering if there was any aspect that Voldemort found particularly intriguing. When Voldemort's remnant soul heard Blake's question, it stirred with its own considerations. It recognized that Blake possessed methods to harm his own soul, indicating a certain level of expertise in soul magic, likely self-taught since Hogwarts offered no such education. Voldemort surmised that Blake had hit a bottleneck in his understanding and sought this interaction as an opportunity for advancement. Upon realizing the mutual curiosity, the atmosphere between them shifted. Voldemort's remnant soul, intrigued, responded, "I have indeed explored the realm of soul magic. What specifically do you wish to inquire about?" Blake took a moment before asking, "How does one split a soul? What precautions ensure safety during the process? And what are the side effects after a successful split?" Voldemort's essence visibly trembled at the questions, a reaction confirmed by an alert from Blake's system, indicating the profound impact of his inquiry. The remnant of Voldemort was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Blake would delve into such a topic. Could he possibly know about Horcruxes? Recalling Blake's earlier sinister smile and his unconventional focus on soul magic at such a young age, Voldemort couldn't help but see a reflection of his younger self in Blake, possibly seeking to create Horcruxes as well. Voldemort remembered his own past, how he had sought forbidden knowledge from Professor Slughorn under the guise of academic curiosity. It had been many years, and Slughorn was likely no longer at Hogwarts to guide curious minds like Blake's. Realizing the urgency, Voldemort decided to share a fragment of his knowledge, fearing Blake might dismiss him as useless otherwise. The division of the soul requires it to be in an unstable state, Voldemort began, addressing Blake's pressing questions. Why is that? Blake inquired further. Voldemort explained, the soul exists in a state of intangibility, embodying the deepest secrets and essence of life itself. It is beyond direct contact, whether by oneself or others, rendering a complete soul indestructible under normal conditions. Therefore, it cannot be split. However, when the soul is destabilized, it becomes vulnerable to division. Blake listened intently, absorbing Voldemort's explanation. The conversation delved deeper into the arcane and forbidden aspects of soul magic, each participant driven by their own motives, yet bound by a shared fascination with the dark art's most profound secrets. To destabilize a soul completely, Voldemort explained, it requires emotion. Emotion acts as the furnace for any manipulation you wish to perform on your soul. Any extreme emotion will suffice. Panic, joy, anger, sadness, and even extreme calm can be considered an extreme emotion. These intense feelings can cause your soul to shake violently. Blake pondered this concept and realized it made sense. He recalled moments of sudden fear that felt as though his soul was momentarily dislodged, a testament to the power of extreme emotions to disrupt the soul's stability. As Voldemort observed Blake's contemplation, he felt a momentary relief for having avoided the topic of Horcruxes. Even if Blake had pressed further, Voldemort was not inclined to divulge the secrets of creating Horcruxes, a arcane art that begins with murder and requires the murderer to remain emotionally detached to successfully split the soul and encase a fragment within a chosen object, thus creating a Horcrux. Curious, Blake inquired, after the soul trembles, how does one split the soul? Voldemort, visibly irritated by the question and the partial dissipation of his black mist form due to Blake's earlier attack, retorted sharply. Blake, realizing the cause of Voldemort's anger, had an epiphany. His own powerful magic could indeed harm the soul, sparking a promising idea in his mind. Voldemort, seeking confirmation of his identity, was met with Blake's continued curiosity about the safety and side effects of splitting the soul. Voldemort claimed there were no dangers or significant side effects, aside from the odd sensation of having another part of oneself. However, he concealed the truth about the instability and physical changes that come with each split, deeming these minor compared to his survival. Blake, sensing Voldemort's evasion, deduced that Voldemort was hiding the darker aspects of soul splitting, likely to discourage him from pursuing Horcrux creation. Despite recognizing Voldemort's knowledge, Blake expressed skepticism about the state of Voldemort's soul, subtly hinting at his awareness of Voldemort's omissions. Voldemort, relieved that his Horcrux secrets remained safe for the moment, was eager to divert the conversation away from his soul's condition. He suggested that if Blake doubted his claims, he could seek further proof, leaving the topic of his physical state and the years following his downfall tantalizingly open for exploration. Blake faced Voldemort directly. Since you've mentioned how formidable Voldemort is, I don't think he would find it troublesome if you disturbed him, right? It was clear that Voldemort harbored doubts about his transformation into a benevolent figure. Eager to confront the reality, Blake was determined to meet his true self and verify Blake's claims. You're correct. I'll take you to Voldemort later to see if you truly are a part of him, Voldemort conceded, noticing Blake's attempt to conceal something. This matter needed clarification. Without it, a return to peaceful slumber was impossible. Could you briefly explain what happened to Voldemort? Blake inquired, his curiosity piqued. As I mentioned earlier, I've been out of the loop since my time at Hogwarts, Blake replied, a sly grin playing on his lips. This Voldemort was unaware of Harry's prophecy, a fact that Blake found slightly pitiable, even if he was deceiving himself. Of course, Blake then launched into an elaborate tale about Voldemort. He described how, over a decade ago, the Otherworld's gates opened, unleashing hordes of monstrous creatures into the world. As the ministries of magic worldwide struggled to cope, the formidable Voldemort, alongside his Death Eaters and Dumbledore, united to vanquish the invaders. Despite previous conflicts, Voldemort and Dumbledore reconciled in a historic moment facilitated by the ministries of magic. Consequently, Voldemort was hailed as a hero, receiving the first-class medal of the Order of Merlin from Dumbledore himself at the award ceremony. Now revered as a savior by countless young wizards, Voldemort had ascended to the positions of Minister of Magic and President of the International Federation of Wizards. Following Blake's passionate narrative, the system chimed in. Ding! An emotion of extreme shock was detected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a bronze treasure chest +1/1+1. Voldemort's remnant soul was left in disbelief. Blake's earnest portrayal seemed genuine. Could it be true that he, Voldemort, had become the wizarding world's leader, even receiving accolades from his former adversary, Dumbledore? The notion was absurdly comical. Despite his skepticism, Voldemort couldn't help but notice Blake's sincerity. The idea that Voldemort wasn't Blake's childhood idol seemed far-fetched, even to Voldemort's own remnant soul. As Voldemort grappled with these revelations, a question crossed his mind. What do you know about soul-splitting? Nothing. It's none of your concern, Blake retorted coldly, though his expression seemed to scream Horcrux creation. Voldemort's remnant soul, fearing Blake's wrath and potential to destroy him, remained silent. Currently, Blake's peculiar abilities far surpassed his own. Seizing a moment of distraction, Blake forcefully returned Voldemort's remnant soul to the crown and stored it in the system warehouse, where it immediately fell into a deep slumber. Blake then burst into maniacal laughter. Deceiving Voldemort's Horcrux had proven fruitful, yielding not only crucial information on soul-splitting, but also a substantial haul of bronze chests, thanks to his fabricated story. Perhaps the sheer quantity of chests compensated for their lackluster quality. After organizing his spoils, Blake proceeded to open the chests, eager to discover what rewards awaited him. Blake stood before Nagini, contemplating the complex task at hand. He needed to awaken the human part of Nagini's soul, a feat that required inducing extreme emotions in the snake. However, given Nagini's complete submission and trust in him, finding a way to elicit such intense feelings was proving to be a challenge. The usual emotions, shock, anger, joy, fright, seemed insufficient to stir the depths of Nagini's soul, primarily because of her unwavering loyalty to Blake. As he pondered over the dilemma, an idea sparked in his mind. Pain, he realized, could indeed be considered an extreme emotion. Yet, the thought of subjecting Nagini to pain, especially through the use of the Cruciatus Curse, was abhorrent to him. He sought an alternative, a method that could evoke an equally intense but positive emotional response. Observing Nagini, with her eyes closed and nestled within the essence of her snake soul, Blake found his solution. Painful emotions are difficult to navigate, but I have a way to harness the power of joy. Extreme pleasure should surely evoke extreme happiness, he mused to himself. With a sense of resolve, Blake extended his hand, enveloped in a powerful magical aura, towards Nagini. He was about to employ a unique approach, one that diverged from conventional methods, aiming to awaken her human soul through an overwhelming sense of bliss. Let the journey of joy begin. Activate at full power, Blake declared, initiating his unconventional strategy. In this moment, Blake's innovative thinking highlighted his deep reluctance to cause harm, showcasing his preference for a path that sought to heal and awaken through positive emotions. His approach underscored the complexity of his mission and his willingness to explore uncharted territories to achieve his goals. Chapter 160, Nagini's Awakening. Pleasing someone is a complex task, as it requires aligning with their unique preferences, which vary widely from person to person. However, there exists a universal sensation that nearly all humans cherish deeply. This sensation, when intensified to its utmost, evokes an overwhelming joy we often refer to as bliss. For Blake, inducing this extreme emotion in Nagini was crucial. As Blake extended his hands, imbued with supreme magical power, towards Nagini, the essence of his magic began to envelop her snake soul. This magic, infused with the potent force known as the Horse of Love killing chickens, coursed through Nagini's being, causing her entire soul to tremble. A sensation of profound refreshment emanated from the depths of her soul, giving rise to feelings of bliss. Blake immediately noticed a reaction. Within the core of Nagini's snake soul, the human aspect of her essence stirred. A faint moan escaped her, a sound so delicate it could induce a blush, capturing Blake's attention and delight. Eager to intensify the experience, Blake uncorked a bottle of augmentation potion and consumed it. Without hesitation, he amplified the output of his magical force, causing Nagini's soul to quiver even more. Blake sensed a shift. Nagini's soul, previously impenetrable, now seemed as if it were a brick loosened from its sturdy structure. Seizing the moment, Blake approached Nagini's spirit, whispering gently, "Nagini, wake up! Wake up!" As he continued to whisper, Nagini's soul abruptly opened its eyes. A flash of red in her pupils quickly reverted to their original pitch black. Looking around in confusion, Nagini's expression turned to one of horror. Waking up to find oneself encased within a translucent snake body would unsettle anyone, and Blake understood her panic wasn't directed at him, but stemmed from her own disorientation. With a snap of his fingers, Blake commanded, "Come back!" Instantly, both Nagini's snake soul and human soul returned to her serpentine body. Nagini lifted her head, seemingly trying to comprehend her situation. Blake stepped back, giving her space to adjust. He understood that after a prolonged slumber, one needs time to acclimate. Creating a portal, Blake summoned a tea table, 2 chairs, and a pot of tea, setting up a comfortable waiting area. He sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and patiently waited for Nagini to recover. With Snape's potions class not until later that afternoon, he had time to spare. As Nagini regained her senses, her snake body underwent a dramatic transformation. The massive serpentine form began to shrink and reshape itself. The jet-black scales morphed into a black dress, and the fearsome snake head transformed into a human face. Moments later, a beautiful girl in a black dress stood before Blake. Blake's eyes sparkled as he sipped his tea, his theory confirmed. Nagini's inability to revert to human form and her loss of human memories were due to her human aspect being in a state of sleep, unconscious and detached. This condition paralleled that of an animus who, without consciousness, cannot transform back into their human form. Blake surmised that many years ago, Nagini fell asleep and, due to a curse, automatically transformed into a snake. When her beast soul awakened the next day, her human soul remained dormant, deepening the curse's hold. Thus, Nagini was unable to revert to her human form, living solely on her snake instincts. For thousands of years, she had slumbered like a snake until today when she awoke by her own volition. She could transform back into her human form. Clearly, she had recovered and had sifted through the jumbled memories accumulated over the years. Nagini faintly recalled falling asleep by the window that night, then drifting into a prolonged dream. In this dream, she was akin to an infant, lying in a meadow with her eyes shut, enveloped in warmth and comfort. Despite the haziness, there was an unprecedented sense of tranquility and peace, free from worries and nuisances. In this dream, he experienced neither sadness nor joy. It was as if the stillness of an ancient well was the unchanging norm throughout the ages. However, this long dream was abruptly interrupted. She felt an odd sensation within her, indescribable and embarrassingly peculiar, shattering her serene state of mind. A long-forgotten emotion, joy, began to surface quietly, growing more intense by the moment. Just as she reached a state of bliss in both body and mind, she heard someone calling her name. Instinctively, she opened her eyes and was shocked to find her body translucent, still within the belly of a similarly translucent snake. As fear gripped her, her body regained its solidity, and her memories flooded back, including those of her original human life and her subsequent existence as a snake. It was then she realized that her blood curse had fully manifested, transforming her into a true serpent, until the boy revived her consciousness. Blake gestured towards a chair. "Please, take a seat. I believe you have many questions." Nagini approached slowly, pulled out a chair, and sat down, observing Blake in silence. After a moment, she spoke for the first time. "Owner." Blake choked on his black tea in surprise. He had anticipated various ways this conversation might begin, but this was certainly not one of them. He then realized that the Nagini he had previously tamed, though primarily driven by her beast soul, was still a part of her overall soul. Thus, after integrating the memories of her serpent soul, she also embraced the memories of being Blake's pet. Despite feeling it was incorrect to refer to the young man before her as owner, it was ingrained in her subconscious that her purpose was to follow his commands without question. "It seems inappropriate to call you that, But refusing feels wrong, Nagini expressed, her face twisted in conflict, reflecting the internal struggle between her human consciousness and her beast soul. Blake waved his wand, cleaning the tea stains off the table. "You're a blood-cursed being, aren't you?" he asked, noticing the pain in Nagini's eyes. "Yes, I've remembered everything. I was completely transformed into a snake, and you awakened me. But it seems you tamed me in that form?" she replied. "Yes," Blake confirmed. "I encountered you in the Albanian forest and managed to tame you. I was born with this ability. However, I soon realized you were not merely a snake. Your serpent soul was intertwined with a human soul." Nagini recalled the moment she awoke inside the belly of a translucent snake. "Some elders around me recognized you," Blake continued. "Having some basic knowledge of souls, I spent some time and managed to temporarily awaken your consciousness. As you can see, you're now temporarily in human form." Nagini remained silent, processing Blake's words, which aligned with the memories she had accepted from her beast soul. She understood her situation well. "So, I will fall asleep again and revert to a serpent?" Nagini asked, her voice tinged with despair. Nagini felt a wave of regret wash over her as she realized the temporary nature of her human consciousness. "Yes, I've only temporarily awakened your human will. Once you fall asleep again, you'll revert to your snake form, and your human consciousness will go dormant unless I intervene to awaken you," Blake explained with a tone of regret. Nagini, feeling a mix of emotions, inquired shyly, "How did you manage to wake me up?" She was visibly flustered, unsure of what to expect from Blake, who, despite his size, seemed incapable of causing harm. "It was an emotional technique that targets the soul directly. It's the only way to rouse you from your deep slumber," Blake replied, his voice steady and unembarrassed by the method he had used. Relieved by his explanation, Nagini's tension eased. "Have a cup of tea," Blake suggested warmly, as he skillfully poured a cup of hot black tea for her. Holding the teacup, Nagini was transported back to a time when tea was a regular comfort, a stark contrast to her decades-long exis, tense as a snake, where such pleasures were unattainable. This duality of memories, human and snake, caused her a profound sense of dissonance and confusion. As she grappled with these conflicting identities, memories of her time as a snake surfaced, the raw, sometimes horrifying diet she had been forced to adopt. The thought alone was enough to make her physically ill, and she found herself retching uncontrollably. After regaining her composure, Blake gently informed her, "When I discovered you were a human, turned into a snake, I made sure to feed you only cooked meat, hoping it would be more palatable for both sides of you." Grateful for his thoughtfulness, Nagini attempted to express her thanks, but was overwhelmed by emotion and began to cry. Blake sat in silent support, understanding that no words could ease the pain of her lost decades. Once Nagini's tears had subsided, Blake offered her a glimmer of hope. "Would you like to meet some of your old friends? They're actually my elders, and they deeply regret not being able to lift your curse earlier." Nagini, intrigued and hopeful, watched as Blake penned a message to Dumbledore. As she sipped the comforting tea, she noticed Blake's school robes adorned with the familiar badger badge of Hogwarts, indicating his affiliation with the magical school. Despite his youthful appearance, his demeanor was that of someone far more mature. "Young lady," Blake addressed her softly, just as a blue phoenix appeared on his arm, ready to deliver the letter to Professor Dumbledore. Nagini, still sipping her tea, looked on in amazement at the phoenix, a creature she recognized but had never seen so close. Memories, heavy with dust, surged through my mind once more. "Your name is Blake Green?" Nagini inquired, her voice tinged with a newfound clarity. "Yes, it must have mentioned me," Blake responded, his tone gentle. By it, he referred to the unique consciousness within Nagini, a fact she understood well. She nodded, her eyes shimmering with gratitude. "Thank you, Blake, for restoring my humanity, even if momentarily." "I wish I could do more," Blake admitted, his expression somber. "But once you fall asleep and lose consciousness again, you'll revert back." "Temporary is fine," Nagini interjected, her eyes brimming with tears. "I truly, truly despise being a snake. Even if it's just for one more day." Blake's lips tightened into a thin line, a resolve forming within him. "Then, I'll awaken you every day, just like today." Hope sparked in Nagini's eyes, a stark contrast to her usual despair. Is that really possible? She asked, barely daring to believe. Blake's smile was warm, reassuring. Your curse may suppress your consciousness, but I am among the rare few who can actively revive it. Okay, let's go. They must be waiting anxiously for us. Blake suggested, a sense of urgency in his voice. Suddenly, a circle of sparks materialized in front of Blake, captivating Nagini's attention. Although she had witnessed Blake summon this magic upon awakening, the sight still filled her with awe. Such magic was beyond anything she had ever seen. Let's go, Blake said, stepping towards the portal with confidence. They emerged on an unnamed island, right in front of Newt's cabin. Stab! The portal announced their arrival. Blake stepped out, Nagini by his side. Long time no see, Nagini, he greeted, his voice carrying a mix of nostalgia and warmth. The scene was one of reunion, of magic that defied the norms, and of a promise that offered a glimmer of hope to a soul long trapped in darkness.